President's peace plan in Iran is already bearing real fruits for the American people. Last night, 12.5 million barrels of oil went through the Strait of Hormuz. That is a high. Good morning, everybody.
So it's day
Nothing to talk
111.
about. Slow news day here in Washington, D.C. So let me just say a couple of things off the bat. First of all, I think the president's peace plan in Iran is already bearing real fruits for the American people.
Hey, baby, walk.
Last night, 12.5 million barrels of oil went through the Strait of Hormuz. That is a high since the beginning of the conflict. Oil prices are down nearly at their level from the pre-war conflict. Gas prices dropped below $4 a gallon today.
Doug.
For the first time since the conflict, and importantly, they're going to keep falling further given how low oil prices are.
Hey, Shana. Hey, Leah. Hey, Juju's.
Military side, the Iranians for the second night in a row did not shoot at any ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So far, they are honoring their end of the commitment. And on the blockade, CENTCOM has allowed north of a dozen ships to go through our naval blockade, and so we're also honoring our end of the early part of the agreement. On the military side, a couple of things that are still true and will be true whether the Iranians comply with the rest of the deal or not. Number one, their nuclear program has been completely destroyed. Their capacity for enrichment, the facilities at which they were using to develop enrichment and develop a potential nuclear weapon, those facilities are still destroyed. Their conventional military is still destroyed. Their capacity to threaten their neighbors is still largely gone, and now we see whether they are willing to comply with the next step of the president's peace plan. As you all know, the part of the peace plan, the part of this MOU that I think have been most misrepresented by certain parts of the media is the idea that the Iranians get all these benefits. You will hear things about $300 billion or $24 billion or this or that number of money or amount of money, and the simple fact is that the only way the Iranians get any of those resources, not a single penny, by the way, from the United States of America under any circumstances, but the only way that they would ever get any benefit of the bargain is if they comply fully and change their behavior. And so you really have a win-win situation for the United States of America. If the Iranians don't change their behavior, their military and their nuclear program is still destroyed. If they do change their behavior, then they are going to have a transformative relationship with the Middle East, and the Middle East will have a transformative relationship with the people of Iran. That's a win for the American people and for the President of the United States, regardless of which option the Iranians ultimately choose. We obviously want them to choose the right option. The interesting thing about their system, and I think it's important for the American people to appreciate this point in particular, is that there are real divisions within their country about how exactly to proceed. And what we've seen over the last couple of months is that the pragmatists within the Iranian system, the people who really do want to transform their relationship with the Middle East and with the world, those people are winning the argument.
Welcome in.
The United States wants those people to win the argument. The United States wants to have a better relationship, but in order for that to happen, the Iranians have to perform. And if they don't perform, as we've said before, they don't get any of the benefits of the bargain. So what I'd ask all of you is just to report honestly that the United States isn't giving up a cent.
Just to report honestly. Oh my goodness. Oh my days. He wants the reporters to report honestly. I lie. America.
He should kiss my ass.
America has. This is such a bad deal. On the face of it, okay? It does not read well for America. It's just the fact. It just doesn't read well for America. And for this guy to be sitting here, to be standing on this podium, just going, "Oh yeah, you guys should report this properly," is insane. It's a terrible deal for America. Hey, Sahali.
Of money to Iran, and even the economic benefits, the sanctions relief.
Sorry, where is this happening, Donnie?
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you.
And so forth that comes along with this bargain only happens if the Iranians perform. So with that, I want to say thanks to all of you. It's good to be with you this morning, and I'll kick it over to questions. Let's start right over here to the right.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Sorry, Donnie. What are you going to be doing in the Strait of Hormuz?
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Sorry, Donnie. I'm not quite sure where Hormuz is.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Excuse me? Is that close to Barcelona?
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
I wanted to ask a follow-up on something you just mentioned. You talked about the
I heard Moscow's burning. Yeah, I think Ukraine launched a whole bunch of drones at Moscow, and yeah, they made contact. Not looking good for Russia, Ukraine. Oh man, it's pretty fucked there. Who knows what's gonna happen?
possibility of the current Iranian leadership fundamentally changing their behavior. Do you think that the current Iranian leadership recognizes the leverage that the U.S. holds over itself economically and militarily enough to actually go forth with fundamentally changing their behavior over the long term and going about things differently?
So I certainly think they recognize the leverage that the United States has over them. We've seen that in a number of our conversations. We've seen that just in their behavior over the last...
Sorry, leverage in doing what?
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
That is such a great sound clip. That is such a great clip.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Couple of days. They certainly recognize that the United States has great leverage. Will that ultimately lead to a change in behavior? I don't know. I've seen skeptics of the deal. People say...
He did say that, Kaiser Sose. I think you spelt the Kaiser Sose wrong. But I know, I get you. Yes, he did say that it's unfair that if they don't have ballistic missiles,
the Iranians will never change their behavior. Well, maybe that's true. And if so, they don't get any of the benefits of the bargain. But isn't it worth trying? Isn't it worth seeing whether this incredibly weakened position that the President of the United States has put the Iranians under, whether that...
I have watched the movie, yeah. The Usual Suspects, right?
...motivates them to change their behavior, not just vis-a-vis the West, but vis-a-vis the Middle East. And one of the interesting things about this is, the technical details of this we can, of course, get into. There are going to be any number of opinions about the negotiation, about where it's ultimately going to go. But I tend to think that you should trust the people who know the Iranians the best and who have the most to lose. What are the Gulf Arab states saying?
This was such a crazy day to watch J.D. Vance going on this media tour and delivering all of this in such a he's trying to manage the fallout, and I don't think he's doing that well. I don't think his points make much sense. But again, I don't think the media is asking him the tough questions. It's such a weird situation because I don't think libs want to call this. Is it true? Israel started bombing Lebanon again in the last 45 minutes? Yeah. Israel's been carrying out mass bombardment in Lebanon. And that's actually caused Iran to cancel the meeting in Switzerland. Iran has pulled back from the meeting in Switzerland and said, we're not gonna go to this meeting until Israel stops bombing Lebanon. So yeah, Israel is bombing Lebanon right now, and like I said to you guys, Iran has leverage and it's using it. The sad thing is that they're not using this leverage for Gaza as well. Salam Amani. Folks, we've got Amani in chat. Amani is an incredible human being in Gaza, doing it tough. An incredible soul. Please help Amani out. How are you, Amani? It's good to see you. It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing well.
Saying about this deal. What are they saying about this deal compared to the JCPOA in 2015? This is the Obama nuclear deal. Well, back then, they hated that deal. They felt like it empowered the Iranians to be bad actors across the region, and of course, that's exactly what happened.
I'm doing well,
They were
Amani.
right
I'm
about
doing
that.
well, thank you.
What are they saying about?
I'm doing well. There's just so much happening, Amani. I'm trying to cover everything, and yeah, it's pretty tough. Honestly, it's tough to keep track of all of this stuff, really.
About the president's peace deal, they're saying this is an amazingly transformative thing for the region because either way, we and the broader region win. Iran is weakened, their nuclear program destroyed, their economy in desperate straits, and if they change their behavior, big things are going to happen for Iran and for the world. If they don't, no skin off our backs. Either way, we win, and that's the way the president has set up.
Wait, what the fuck does no skin off our backs mean? What the fuck does no skin off our backs mean? What is this? Is this some sort of like Brokeback Mountain reference?
This deal and this negotiation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice
Yep.
President. Just a quick housekeeping question, which I think you answered in your cover, but did the 60-day period officially begin yesterday?
I would say the 60-day period officially started today. It was signed late, and it may have even been signed technically, because of the time shift. I think it's signed technically today, Iran time. So, yes, the deal started yesterday. We're going to start the 60-day clock today.
They started the 60-day clock today, but because Israel is still bombing Lebanon, Iran canceled the trip to Switzerland. Iran canceled the trip to Switzerland for negotiations. And yeah, man, they're going to use their leverage. They've got leverage. I'm telling you guys, they have more leverage than we think.
Go ahead.
Can you help us understand President
Or
Trump?
at least they have more leverage than people are putting out in the news. They have way more leverage. Brother, what is your take on all of this? Let's go through this and then I'll speak to it, okay? Let's go through it first. Let's go through his speech and I'll speak to it.
Trump's shift on his stance for Iran's ballistic missile program. Initially,
Walaikum
it was
assalam,
a key
Seven Sign.
objective to dismantle it. Yesterday, he said it would only be fair if they had some, if the countries around Iran also had some. So when and why did that change? And will the final agreement have any restrictions on these missiles?
So
I think it's quite simple. Like I think we've predicted this right as a community since it started. Honestly, like we've been doing really well in terms of understanding the bigger picture and predicting. So I think we've been pretty bang on in terms of what's happening right now. In terms of why the things that are happening right now. So I think we've done pretty well. It's just there are a few variables that could fuck things up. That's all.
So we destroyed a substantial number of their ballistic missiles and their ballistic missile launchers themselves. It's not just the bullets, but it's the actual gun. And that's what we were extremely effective at in destroying during the last 3 months of the campaign. All the president said yesterday is that, of course, countries don't give up the right of self-defense. Israel doesn't give up the right of self-defense if Hezbollah fires rockets or drones at Israel. The Iranians don't give up the right of self-defense in their country, but we do expect that as part of the final deal, they are not going to be able to build the kind of missiles that can broadly threaten the entire world. And that's what the President of the United States said yesterday.
But they weren't building those missiles anyway. This is what I mean. This deal is fucking stupid.
And look, I mean, it's very simple. You can't tell a country, whether Israel or Iran, they're not allowed to have any self-defense. That's not what the president has asked. That's not what the president has requested. But as part of the final deal, what we want to see is Iran not funding regional instability, funding regional terrorism, and of course trying to rebuild their nuclear weapons program. That's the main thing. The nuclear weapons program is destroyed. It is gone. If the Iranians decided tomorrow to build a nuclear weapon, they simply don't have the capacity in order to do that. What we're trying to ensure is they don't rebuild that capacity, not just a year from now, 2 years from now, but many, many years from now, so that our children never have to worry about a state sponsor of terrorism having a nuclear weapon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You were just saying that you're hoping this deal would prevent Iran in the future from getting a nuclear weapon. But from what's been put out there of the MOU, I'm curious, how does the MOU reflect that in the future Iran will not, in fact, get a nuclear weapon? What's stopping them from down the road, to your point, rebuilding and restarting from where we were pre the war?
Well, number one, they would have to get a lot of money in order to rebuild the nuclear program. You're talking about billions and billions of nuclear infrastructure that the United States destroyed.
Oh, like the 300 billion?
In order for them to rebuild that program, they would have to get a lot of money. And we have them in an economic chokehold right now that we're not going to release until they fundamentally change their behavior. What would that look like? That would mean a real inspections regime. That would mean a real enforcement regime. As the MOU contemplates, that would mean the destruction of their enriched stockpile. All of these things are the sorts of steps you're going to take if you're serious about ending your nuclear weapons program. And that, again, is why I go back to this fundamental trade that's built into the deal. They need money to do anything. Their economy is in absolute dire straits. But in order for them to get any integration into the world economy, they're going to have to show us and verify for us that they are changing their behavior.
Marek.
That's
How
why
are
the
you?
deal is set up in the way that it is. Go ahead.
President Trump said yesterday that he was going to blame you if the talks with Iran go sideways. Are you worried that he's going to make you the fall guy?
No, not at all. I mean, I think the president was joking, but as he often does. But no, I think, look, the entire team has worked very well on this, and we've got this thing to a very good place for the American people. Now, I have seen some progressive criticisms of me personally saying, what experience does the Vice President of the United States have with hostile, high-stakes negotiations? And I would point those progressive critics to the fact that just 2 days ago, I spent over an hour on The View. So I actually have great experience in very hostile negotiations, and I've used that. I mean, look, Joy Behar is way tougher than the Iranians, and she and I are best friends now. So we're going to get to a good place here. We're going to get to a good place. We're already at a good place. It's just a question of whether we can really get the icing on the top of fundamentally transforming Iran's relationship with the world. Go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of just
Hey, if you're from the UK, did Andy Burnham win? Did Andy Burnham win his Makersfield thing? Reform got smoked. Did it? Reform got smoked? Okay, this Burnham dude is a bit of a prick, but at least Reform got smoked. Why do people have to constantly choose the best of the evils? Andy! And did you see Andy's take on the genocide in Gaza, though? Bro, this guy is just Keir Starmer 2.0, isn't he? Like, the guy's a douche. Just like Starmer.
timing questions. How soon, as the MOU lays out, can Iran start
we're
selling
doing well,
any of its
Marit.
oil
We're
that
doing
has
well.
sort of been impounded, right, with the blockade? And two, can you sort of explain?
Mexico won? Let's go! Woo! Woo!
Explain the Lebanon component to the MOU and how that front works and the enforceability of it.
Yeah, so the Lebanon component, this is about regional peace, right? This is about regional peace. And what that means is we expect Hezbollah is not going to be firing rockets and firing drones at the Israelis. And we also expect that the Israelis are not going to be going.
You got your face painted? Jujus, are you in Mexico right now? Or are you in the US? Did you go to the game? Did you go to the match?
Going wild in Lebanon, right? Both sides have to honor their end of the deal. Now, as you guys know, sometimes these ceasefires are a little messy. The President of the United States said this a couple of weeks ago, that a ceasefire in that region of the world just means they're shooting a little bit less at each other than they were before. What you've seen is radical progress in Lebanon, less shooting.
So this is, he said all of this stuff before Israel has bombed the living daylights out of Lebanon again.
less firing, but you're still going to have these little flare-ups from time to time, and that's just the sort of thing that we're going to have to manage through the diplomatic process. Secretary Rubio's been sort of the person on point.
Lebanon right now. Live images coming from Lebanon. Horrific stuff. I can't show this. I can't show this on TikTok. Yeah, Lebanon's getting absolutely pummeled. They're also pummeling Gaza. That was a Palestinian in Gaza's husband. Horrific stuff. They're taking all of this out on Lebanon and Gaza now. They're taking all of this loss out on Lebanon and Gaza. It's so bad, guys. Like, here's more pictures from Lebanon.
Sifting through the wreckage
Salam,
of their
good.
former headquarters in the southern Lebanese city of Nabatea, civil defense workers search for what remains of their equipment, archives, and memories. Their center was destroyed in an Israeli airstrike last month. For many here, the loss is deeply personal.
A lifetime was lost here. We used to spend more times at this center than we did in our homes. We lost everything here.
Workers return daily, hoping to recover fragments of what was left behind.
We're coming here every day. We're searching and looking around to see if we can find any memories. If we found any of our belongings, what used to be ours, our memories, archives, are very difficult to find. It was a very tough moment because we lost everything here.
Nabatea, around 15 kilometers from the Israeli border, has endured months of heavy bombardment. The Civil Defense Service says 9 of its members have been killed and 15 wounded since the latest conflict began. The headquarters was hit last month, days after 2 rescue workers were killed in a separate strike.
It was a direct hit without prior warning, without anything. That's what made us so surprised, because we always display the civil defense emblem wherever we went.
The dangers facing emergency crews extend far beyond the city. This video, filmed by a Lebanese civil defense worker in the town of Toul, captures the moment an Israeli strike hits an active rescue operation. Crews had entered a damaged building to search for survivors when it was attacked again. The regional head of civil defense in Nabatea says emergency teams have repeatedly come under fire.
More than once we have been subjected to direct targeting, including the targeting of our center in the city of Nabatea and our personnel while they were carrying out firefighting, ambulance and rescue operations.
Lebanon's health ministry says Israeli strikes have killed nearly 4,000 people since March, including healthcare and rescue workers. Despite the losses, civil defense crews say they will remain on the front lines, determined to keep serving their communities and saving lives. Wilson Dysard, Al Jazeera.
Oh, man. Do you think they will use the ultimate against Iran? Nah. Nah. Yeah, It's fucking sad, guys.
It's actually worked out extraordinarily well because we do have substantially less shooting, but it's going to be something we have to manage. And eventually what we want to see is the Lebanese government, the elected representatives of the people of Lebanon, who are able to police southern Lebanon so that Hezbollah has not taken over the country, the Israelis are not threatened, and then consequently the Israelis are not attacking southern Lebanon or Beirut either. That's the plan there. You asked about the Iranian oil. Look, one of the interesting things that you've seen is that the Iranians have been completely unable to sell oil, not because of sanctions, but because of the blockade. Fundamentally, the thing that we have done here, the original
wind in your hair,
what they give is that we said we're going to lift the blockade, we're going to allow you to sell some of your oil, and they're going to open the Strait of Hormuz. We see that process starting to work already.
Yeah, the MOU has all been signed. Okay, the MOU has been signed. The issue is there is supposed to be negotiations starting now, but Iran has pulled out of the negotiations for the right reasons because Israel continues to violate the ceasefire, and Iran's like, bro, we're not gonna do shit unless and until you stop killing our people, right? So at least 30 civilians have been killed since midnight in a wave of Israeli attacks across southern Lebanon. Local journalist Hadi Hotait reports. The Press TV correspondent said more than 25 residential sites were hit by airstrikes, drone attacks, and artillery fire, with the Nabatea area bearing the brunt of the attacks. He also reported new strikes on Zebdin and Duer, as fighting and Israeli military operations continue in the south. This is literally an hour ago, guys. An hour ago, these reports are coming in. It's insane. Lebanon's national news agency confirms Israeli airstrikes and artillery pounded the Nabatea region of southern Lebanon overnight into Friday in one of the heaviest assaults of the recent offensive. The official news agency confirms Israel has killed at least 16 people and left others wounded and missing under the rubble. NNA said Israeli warplanes struck inhabited homes after midnight in the towns of Sarkiye, Haruf, and Kfar Sir, while artillery shelled Nabatea city and surrounding villages. Around 3 a.m., strikes on the Kfar Jaws area, the University District of Nabatea, and the Beider neighborhood of Haruf killed 8 people. 8 people, NNA reported. A strike on the Ashamieh area between Sharkiye and Duer destroyed a home and killed 4. A raid on the town of Kfar Sir killed 3. Near dawn, a drone struck a motorcycle near the Duer municipality building, killing 1 and wounding another. The agency described it as one of the worst nights of the offensive, with concentrated shelling of Nabatea's Rabat neighborhood and successive raids on Kasebe, Kfar Jal, Kfar Tebnit, Jebshit, Adchit, and Tool through the early morning. Sorry for the pronunciation, guys. I'm trying. The barrage came despite a U.S.-Iran memorandum that calls for an end to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. Oh my gosh. Israel blames Hezbollah for overnight massacre that killed at least 16 Lebanese civilians. What the fuck, bro? No one, absolutely no one believes anything that Israel says. Nobody with a goddamn brain believes anything that Israel says. The Israeli military said it struck throughout the night across southern Lebanon, claiming its barrage, which killed between 16 and 30 people in the Nabatea region, was a response to repeated violations of the ceasefire by Hezbollah. The framing inverts the sequence on the ground. The clashes intensified this week only after Israeli forces pushed to seize the strategic Ali al-Taher Heights, southeast of Nabatea, and advance into Lebanese territory that Hezbollah said it fought to repel by striking Israeli tanks and vehicles. Israel's own military spokesperson has tied the hill to Hezbollah's underground infrastructure. Israel's statement also makes no mention of who its strikes actually killed. According to Lebanon's national news agency, the overnight raids hit inhabited homes in Sharqiya, Haruf, and Kfar killing entire families with people still missing under the rubble. Israel routinely labels its targets Hezbollah terrorists and infrastructure, and a characterization that has repeatedly been contradicted by Lebanese accounts, identifying a vast majority of the dead as civilians. The bombardment, among the deadliest nights of the offensive since March, came despite a U.S.-Iran memorandum that explicitly calls for an end to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. Bro, these people are just out the gate. They are so hungry for death. It's so fucked. They want to, like, they're so bloodthirsty, man. It's insane. They just can't stop killing people. They can't stop killing people. Israel is just incredibly bloodthirsty. It's so fucking crazy.
It's going to take a little time before it picks up fully, but that's where we are today. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The MOU, just on the Strait, the MOU guarantees these 60 days of toll-free passage, but after that it has, of course, led to a regional dialogue with Oman and Iran deciding the future governance of the Strait. A senior U.S. official told us yesterday that they expect Iran to push aggressively on this, but also that Gulf states won't allow any kind of tolls. How strenuously will the U.S. fight to keep tolls out of the Strait and keep any fees away from the future Strait commercial traffic? And are you going to leave it to the Gulf states to kind of fight this battle?
Well, first of all, we believe international waterways should be free of tolls, and that's been our position. That's what you see, of course, in the 60 days of the.
So this is potentially why Israel did this. So Israel pushed in further into Lebanese territory, and Lebanon struck them. And Israel confirms battalion commander among 4 soldiers killed in South Lebanon. The Israeli military said a lieutenant colonel and 3 other soldiers were killed in fighting in southern Lebanon. The IDF identified the officer as a lieutenant colonel in the 52nd Battalion in the 401st Iron Tracks Brigade. It said 3 other soldiers were killed in the same incident, their names not yet cleared for publication. Separately, the military said an explosive drone struck Israeli forces in southern Lebanon overnight into Friday, severely wounding a reserve officer and lightly wounding 4 other soldiers. Israel had responded by lashing out at civilian areas, carrying out more than 45 strikes and bombardments across southern Lebanon overnight, killing nearly 40 people on Friday. The attacks were triggered by Israeli troops pushing to seize the strategic Ali al-Tahar heights near Nabatea, an advance Hezbollah has fought to repel. Israel is just, this is Israel trying to hang on to some ounce of like strategic advantage, but it's fucked, guys. This is like, I can't describe to you how fucked you have to be to think, okay, peace is bad for us, so we have to keep killing innocent civilians. Like constant. Just imagine how broken a society like that must be. Like, this place is fucked, bro. It is absolutely bloodthirsty.
MOU. And when you say it leaves it open, it doesn't really leave it open, except in the sense that, of course, the final negotiation is going to set the terms of what comes afterwards, right? You said, I think that it's the Omanis and the Iranians, but it's actually the MOU contemplates that the Omanis, the Iranians, and the Gulf Coast Coalition together will figure out a proper security framework for the Straits in the future. And what I mean by that is that we don't ever want this to happen again. But that's not about tolling. That's about ensuring that the straits are never used as a choke point for the global economy ever again. It's frankly not what the Iranians want. It's not what the Omanis want. It's not what the GCC wants either. So what we're going to do, of course, working with our allies in the region, is to ensure that that is reflected in the final deal. And if that's not reflected in the final deal, there's not going to be a final deal. And that is, I keep coming back to this fundamental structural point of this negotiation, which is that we have all the cards. If the Iranians want the benefits of the bargain, they have to give us the things that are necessary to get those benefits. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
We'll do both. Okay. Both you guys. There's one in the white and then one in, orange, I think.
What about the pink?
I'm sorry? Okay. Maybe I'm colorblind. It looks more orange to me. I don't want to have a debate about that. Orange, pinkish. You go first, and then in front of you can go second.
President. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. How does the points about granting some
we have all the cards, but the game is
on
Uno.
sanctions, especially from the Treasury Department, how does that square with the Iran Nuclear Agreement Review Act? And are you planning on briefing Congress on this portion?
Yeah, so I talked to James Braid, our head of OLA. We do plan to brief Congress very soon. I believe that they got the formal copy of the signed document this morning, and if not, they're going to get it at some point later today. We are planning a briefing. I believe right now the House is out of session, the Senate is in session, though maybe I've reversed that. But we're going to ensure that the team briefs Congress and, of course, answers their questions. We've been doing that informally, of course, talking to a number of people in Congress just over the last week. We'll keep on doing that, and we'll have a formal briefing. I won't say exactly when that will be because it depends a little bit about session schedule. Your point about the sanctions is I'll go back to what I said earlier, which is really the choke point on Iranian oil was never the sanctions. We didn't see that as a major concession to the Iranians. Frankly, the Iranians didn't see that as a concession to them because what prevented them from selling oil was not the sanctions. They were selling plenty of oil without any discount because the sanctions were just fundamentally ineffective at that point. What the sanctions did do is move the Iranian financial system to sort of the shadow banking system. So by lifting the blockade, that's the significant thing that has changed. And by lifting the sanctions, we're actually going to be able to see a little bit where their financial system actually sends money and receives money. That's a real benefit to the American people. And that's really the only thing that has changed by the change in sanctions. Sorry, I forgot that part of the question. No, we don't think so. We actually have an opinion from OLC we feel quite confident about that, Congress does, there are certain things that require congressional approval. There are certain things that don't require congressional approval. We feel quite confident that we can temporarily lift those sanctions without going to Congress and seeking their approval on that.
Apparently, there's been reports coming out of Israel that Iran is already funneling oil money to Hezbollah even before this particular MOU was signed. And how exactly is the U.S. looking at this? If we're talking about behavior on part of Iran, I mean, October 7th happened. And if there's concern that perhaps Hezbollah could end up doing some sort of attack on that scale, then, how exactly are we talking about the reaction from the United States? If we're talking about perhaps a humongous scale attack that actually could happen, are we waiting for that type of attack? I mean, what exactly is a scale here?
Sorry, you said what exactly is a scale?
Well, I mean, what type of attack would it take to actually get a reaction from the United States to say, okay, now we're actually going to start dropping bombs on...
Holy shit, is it Juneteenth? Happy Juneteenth, everybody. Happy Juneteenth. And this is a picture that came up. This is a picture that came up on my newsfeed. An absolutely epic moment on Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth, everybody. Oh, the cap! He threw the cap, everybody! Damn! Yo! He threw the cap. It was all over. He threw the cap. Look at this dude. Oh, I remember that chair. That chair. Oh, what? The hero chair. I can't show that on TikTok, sorry. It's that, that fight on the pier? That fight on the pier? This one? Oh crap! Hold up. Hold up. Is this one? Yes. Applaud. It's this one. Do you guys remember this moment? The chair. The chair. The famous chair. Everybody. Oh my gosh. What a moment. No, never seen this. Oh, yeah. It's you got to watch that one. The Montgomery Brawl, is that what it's called? The Montgomery Brawl? I think that's what they called it, right? The Montgomery Brawl?
On Iran for having bad behavior.
Well, we don't want any scale of any attack. Any attack, whatever its scale, is unacceptable under this agreement. Now, you asked the question.
I watched so many videos after that happened. Like, everyone just cracking up. That guy threw his hat. They started making memes about that. Oh, it was so good. I've watched that too many times. Honestly, I enjoyed the crap out of that. Oh, so good.
Saying that oil money was flowing to Hezbollah before the MOU was signed, and it's one of the reasons why we are actually engaged in this process is to ensure that no money is flowing to Hezbollah. So it's interesting where people will say that the MOU is bad because the MOU produces consequences that were actually happening well before the MOU was signed. That's not.
So basically, the Montgomery Brawl is when a racist group of people, white supremacists, started to beat up a black worker. He was just there working, and he was asking them to move their boat because another bigger boat, a passenger boat, a little cruise, like it was a small cruise boat, it needed to dock, but these white people had parked their boat in the way, and he kept going, guys, you have to move your boat. And they started hitting him. And the guy just fucking threw his hat and got straight into it. A kid from the boat dove into the water, started swimming to the pier to help the guy. Like, people came down the fucking stairs. There was like 10 of these white people, and this full community just descended on them. One old guy picked up a chair and smashed it a few times on this lady's head, I think. Oh my gosh. These three dudes just like, you know, they just walked to these guys, just beat the crap out of them. Oh my gosh. It was like, bruh, this ain't fucking 1820s, you know? This ain't the 1820s, mofo. This ain't slave master shit anymore. They beat the shit out of those guys. Oh my, I watched it over and over and over because fuck, what they did to that worker was just so bullshit. And they got instant karma. It was, oh my gosh. The, black TikTok was going off, bro. I was on there like fucking I was swiping through all the videos. I don't know how many hours I spent just watching videos over and over. This story developed. Oh, it was so good. It was so good, man.
Not a reflection on the MOU. That's a reflection of why we need the MOU to
Happy Juneteenth, everybody. Happy Juneteenth.
Ensure that we have the regional peace and stability that we need. Now, what I would say to, you know, some of the critics of the deal that I've heard that will say, well, Iran's going to get all this benefit. I'll repeat what I've said, and I'm probably going to have to repeat it a number of times, is what is the benefit that the Iranians get that they didn't have before? And the answer is nothing. They don't get any.
The best part was the other black security guards just watching it go down. They're all probably thinking to themselves, what are these people doing? It was like a community thing. No one really wanted to fight, but then they just those racists just kept going and going and going, and then people were like, "What are we gonna do? We have to fight here." And then they all came down, showed solidarity. It was an amazing moment of community coming together to protect one of their own. And it's like the kid that swam, bro, no thinking. He didn't even fucking think for a second. Like, just straight in, swam across, pulled himself up. Whoo! That was something.
Anything unless they change their
I'm going to be scrolling some Montgomery Brawl videos tonight.
behavior. If they change their behavior, that is a thing to celebrate. That's going to transform the Middle East for a generation. If they don't
really?
change their behavior,
Holy
they
shit.
don't get the benefit of the bargain. And I think, I got to be honest, I think fundamentally this idea that, and it's a misrepresentation of the MOU. This
Thank
idea
you so much
that the
for the
Iranians
follow.
get
Thank
all
you.
these benefits before the deal is actually consummated. The idea that they get benefits before they change their behavior is fundamentally a talking point
Danielle,
that is issued
thank
by
you so much for the
people
follow.
who want the conflict to continue indefinitely, despite the fact that that's not good for the American people and it's not good for the region. Way in the back. All the way back in the red.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President.
Mr. Vice President.
Red here, you mean? Are you red?
We'll do, okay, sorry.
Thank you. I'm wearing bright red.
So many
today.
people are wearing red. You can go first. Kara, right?
Thank you, Kara.
Okay,
Thank
and then
you.
next after that.
Okay, great. Could you highlight the major differences between this deal and President Obama's deal in 2015 and why the administration believes that this deal is superior? And second, Mr. Vice President, President Trump has been vocal lately about his disapproval for Bibi Netanyahu's attacks on Lebanon. Has the administration spoken to Bibi Netanyahu directly about the president's concerns recently, and what is the feedback from Israel?
Yeah, so we speak to Bibi or speak to somebody in the Israeli government, just as we speak to the Gulf Coast Coalition, our regional partners, pretty much every day, at least at some high level of our government. Look, the president's been very...
By the way, did you guys see Zoran Mamdani's speech, and that owner who's like a massive pro-Trump guy tells Zoran Mamdani, oh my gosh, okay, we'll watch Zoran's speech, okay? We'll watch Zoran's speech, and then we'll watch that idiot speech as well. That billionaire guy. Oh, what a tool bag, bro. In Aotearoa, we call people like that. No, I think you can call them that. James Dolan is a dick. Zoran killed it. Yeah, James Dolan. Oh, that guy. What a tool. What a douche nozzle.
Clear. He does not withdraw from Israel. No one could withdraw from another country. The right of self-defense. Israel has the right to defend itself. But fundamentally, the Israelis, just like everybody else, have to respect this peace process that is fundamentally good for them and good for the entire region. What the president gets grown frustrated sometimes is that we seem to be right on the cusp of a major breakthrough in the agreement, and then all of a sudden there's a major explosion that goes off in a civilian population center in Beirut, and a lot of people who have nothing to do with Hezbollah lose their lives. That's not...
Bro, it's happening right now, JD. It's happening right now, Mr. Vance, Mr. Couch Fucker. It's happening right now. Are you going to stop it? Hey, Radio 1, welcome. Radio 1 Degree. Jules, hello.
Not acceptable. That's the sort of thing that we've asked for closer coordination so that we ensure it doesn't happen. And our message to the Israelis, just as our message to everybody else, is fundamentally, we want this peace process to be good for you. We do not want Hezbollah attacking Israel, but in order to ensure that that happens, we have got to actually build the kind of regional framework that can cut off the money to Hezbollah, cut off Iranian support for Hezbollah, and also ensure that Lebanon's territorial sovereignty is respected by all parties. And the difference between the two agreements. So first of all, the two big differences are not even in the substance of the deal itself, but something I said earlier are, number one, the Gulf Coast Coalition loves this deal because they think that it makes Iran weaker. They hated the Obama deal because they thought that it made Iran stronger. They know more about this, and they have more to lose than anybody, including the United States of America, so I trust their judgment. The second thing is where the deal came from.
They did
You have to remember,
They
in
signed it.
2015, Iran had built a sophisticated nuclear weapons program with a nuclear weapons stockpile. So the perspective that we came at as the United States was, you already have a really nice nuclear program. We're going to bribe you with American money in order to stop it. Our perspective and where we're coming at it is we already destroyed your nuclear program. And so if you promise and show verifiable pathways to not rebuild it, then we're willing to give you some sanctions relief and things like that. So it's a fundamentally different perspective. Now, there are all these substantive differences as well. The Obama nuclear deal allowed enrichment. Ours will not. The Obama deal allowed the accumulation of stockpiled weapons-grade material. Ours is actually leading to the destruction of that stockpile of enriched material. So there are many differences. The Obama deal gave them over $1 billion of American money.
Okay, this guy spent the whole day. You watched the chair video, Lou Mama? Yeah, it's quite hectic, eh? It's quite hectic. There's a lot happening.
This deal gives them $0 of American money. So a lot of substantive differences, but I think the most important differences are where we're coming at it from a position of strength and the fact that our Gulf Coast partners love this deal. No, sorry. I said the other, all the way in the back. Thank you.
Margaret with the Daily Wire. The president has said that if Iran doesn't behave themselves, we're going to resume military action. So what is the red line for what Iran can do before they cross that red line and we do resume military action?
Well, it's going to be a holistic approach where we look at their behavior. Are they funding terrorism? Are they leading to attacks of other people? Are they trying to get centrifuges to redevelop their nuclear weapons program? There are all these questions that we're going to ask about whether they've actually changed their behavior. Do they allow the inspectors in as they have promised that they would do, or do they refuse to allow those inspectors in? A whole host of things we're going to see. We're working towards a very successful resolution of this process. But again, it takes two to tango. And what the president's just saying is that we maintain economic, diplomatic, and military leverage that nobody else in the world has. So if the Iranians...
Dolan, a billionaire, is Trump's buddy. The Knicks are invited to the White House. There's a debate as to whether they should go.
There's something new in Minecraft. Yes.
What have you put on your face?
Um,
Is that lipstick? Come here, bro. Give me a cuddle, bro. Aaron, that color suits you, man. Do you like that color?
Want to change? Great. We're going to help them. If they don't change, we still got all the cards. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, sorry. In the blue jacket. Yep.
Right here. This one right here, Mr. Vice President.
That's a Navy jacket. Should we have a debate about the difference between blue and navy? Not that guy, because you give a speech whenever you ask a question. I'm going to give her an opportunity.
Sir, have you seen the Pope's reaction to this?
Hold on. Guys, you're speaking over the person who's asking the question.
There's been a lot of frustrations with Americans, particularly about the gas prices. You touted the fact that they're coming down. The president has gone on True Social touting this. But when should they expect to see gas reach that $3 threshold?
Well, I'm not an economist, and I think even the economists would get this wrong, but the fact that you've seen gas come down about 65 cents a gallon on the national average, and the fact that you see oil prices that are basically close to where they were at the very beginning of the conflict, I think you're going to see a substantial reduction in gas prices. I'm not going to predict the exact price.
Hey,
if I was able to do that, I might be in a different business than politics.
Thank you so much, Katie.
But we do think you're going to see...
What? Auntie Wash, you're back on TikTok. Hola.
Significant relief at the pump on top of what we've already seen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You keep saying that Iran will only reap economic rewards if they comply and change their behavior. But under this deal, they are being allowed now to sell their oil freely. Again, how is that not a financial benefit? And they're being allowed to do that without making any new concrete nuclear commitment.
Palestinian,
so
thank you so
explain
much.
How is that not lopsided?
Well, first of all, they've made very concrete nuclear commitments. They have
really,
committed
Jenna?
to the destruction of the highly enriched stockpile
It's
that they
good to have
in
you
their
back, Auntie
possession.
Wash. I hope
But
you're
number
doing
two,
well.
all we've done is lift the blockade in the Straits of Hormuz. We basically returned it to where it was before the conflict. The blockade is off. We put that in after the conflict started. The Straits are now open. That's not a new benefit to the Iranians. They were selling oil for many, many years, well before we ever put the blockade. We opposed that blockade. They stopped selling oil, and now we've lifted the blockade in order to promote the free flow of energy across across the world. Go ahead.
A U.S. official described having secured some of these quote-unquote gentlemen's agreements with Iran on certain aspects of the negotiation. So when it comes to highly enriched uranium, can you walk us through what's been secured, even in these kind of gentlemen's agreements, on how exactly they're going to get rid of the stockpile? Are there agreements on low-grade enrichment?
What the
How
fuck
long
is
is
a
the
gentleman's
moratorium
agreement?
on enrichment?
Guys, we're talking about people dying here. These aren't gentlemen's agreements. America's okay. Look, the violence that America implements on a daily basis in so many places. By the way, they bombed Somalia. It just makes them say dumb shit like this. They have no care for human life, like these fucking journalists. You know, they minimize death all the time.
Uranium for Iran, and are any of these gentlemen's agreements written down anywhere?
So some of them are written down, but fundamentally, whether they're written down or spoken, this is why we structured the deal that we did, because we don't trust words. We trust action, and we trust conduct. And so we're going to reward conduct, and we're not going to reward any words, whether they're written on a sheet of paper or not. There's a lot of discussion, the MOU, the gentleman's agreements, the final deal. Words don't matter, ladies and gentlemen. We're about verification. And so what we're going to do is to say, if they do the things that they have promised to do, they have promised not to enrich. They have promised that they would allow inspectors in to destroy that highly enriched stockpile. And then, of course, it's not usable anymore. You take it somewhere else. They promised a number of things, and that's why the deal contemplates a number of benefits if they do those things. But it doesn't do anything if they don't actually meet those promises.
Just
Go ahead.
follow up on that, sir.
Go ahead.
If they don't follow through with their commitment, will the U.S. go back to imposing sanctions and the blockade, or does Iran get to keep some of the concessions that it has already secured?
Well, first of all, the sanctions are still on, with the exception of the oil sanctions, which I talked about were no longer effective. The purpose of the oil sanctions is to drive down how much Iran is charging for a barrel of oil. Those sanctions had stopped being effective. The blockade is what's effective. And again, that's the thing that has changed in accordance with them opening the Strait of Hormuz. No sanctions will come off unless they perform the benefit of the bargain, and every sanction will come back on. Like hypothetically, let's say 2 years down the road, they've done what we need to see on the nuclear program, and we release the sanctions as the deal contemplates. Then they decide they're going to start rebuilding the
You would think after getting our shit pushed in by Iran, we would chill out a little bit with the bombing people, but no, bloodthirsty, money-hungry monsters. Yeah, it won't stop. Now they listen to no one, and this is how they do, knowing the world watch. So we still gonna ignore Israel's nukes that they have? Yeah.
nuclear program. Then, of course, those sanctions are going to come back on. And that's why it's really kind of like a dial. As they dial up their good behavior, we can dial up the economic relief. If they dial down their good behavior, we can turn it off. It's the good thing about having the leverage, and it's a good thing about being the United States of America, where we just fundamentally have so much influence in the world financial system. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Leader Thune said it's unrealistic to get the Save America Act passed by attaching it to FISA, which is what the president's looking for. Do you believe this is possible?
Well, why don't we try? Why don't we try and at least force people to vote against it? One of the things that sometimes frustrates me about the
okay, look, it's this motherfucker's gonna keep saying dumb shit. Now we're gonna turn to a little bit of
there we are.
Some Sky News analysis. These are the kinds of days, guys. This is when we watch news. This is when we listen to the cope. The beautiful, tasty, delicious cope of Western media, just unbelievably, in a moment of despair. The West has fallen. The emperor has no clothes. The distended orange scrotum of a man is gobbling G's nuts. That's where we are right now. This is the moment to watch the establishment tear itself apart. This is the moment. So if you're with me, let me know that you're with me.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
Of President Trump's 4 to 6 week war in Iran, with the memorandum of understanding being signed and now marking potential of the beginning of the end of the war. How quickly is the Strait of Hormuz actually going to get opened? Military action, of course, is a means to an end. It's not an end in itself. And what the memorandum of understanding, the 14-point bullets, it starts to demonstrate what good looks like from a US perspective. But what's happening here is both sides are declaring victory.
Celia's like
But what was
heavy.
most interesting was that former Secretary of State Antony Blinken had this to say, that the only achievement of the ceasefire was actually opening a strait that was open before the war and recognizing that apparently we have.
They learned the word Hormuz and can't stop saying it. Wait, but Donald Trump, like, what are you trying to do in the Strait of Hormuz?
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Donnie, sorry. Can you say that again?
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
The Strait of Hormuz in Barcelona.
Have to pay Iran for the benefits of it. What is very clear, the Strait of Hormuz was not a strategic objective for President Trump, but it very firmly is in the center of negotiations at the moment. So I guess the
When did he say that? Like 24 hours ago?
challenge is there. How swiftly will it get to be open? The key sticking point for
Maybe a
opening
little bit
it remains
before
the
that?
minefield that's here. We don't know how many mines are there. 5,000 mines is potentially
Hormones,
what Iran
yeah.
has in its stockpile. Most experts believe it's less than a dozen that are actually here. And with the support of the UK and potentially other European partners, that shouldn't be a difficult nut to crack, particularly if you manage to secure Iranians' help, because they obviously know where the mines are delivered. The challenge, of course, is that's not the only issue that's keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed. There's also an American blockade down to the bottom here. Now, the blockade should be relatively simple to lift. A quick call. A couple of hours later, the maritime blockade has disappeared. And we understood that could be relieved immediately. And yet the current agreement looks that it might be in place for up to 30 days. Why is that? Well, if the blockade was to leave, it would leave Iran effectively in control of the Strait of Hormuz. That will be an optic that will be completely unacceptable to the Americans. So what's likely is that the blockade stays in place, acts as an incentive for Iran to help clear the minefield and secure the free flow of traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. And the Americans can gradually wind down that blockade as the traffic starts to return to normal. Now, traffic has been moving through the Strait of Hormuz for the last...
Why do reporters say weird things like easy nut to crack? It's just Western sort of bullshit mannerisms, you know, easy nut to crack, low-hanging fruit.
Last few weeks, America's been escorting vessels round just the tip of Oman, and Iran has been moving
just the tip
them a bit further north. But we've had our data forensics team look at this, and yesterday there were 13 ships that went in, 13 ships came out. Now, of course, that sounds impressive, but the steady state flow is about 150 a day, so that's not a sustainable number. The key will be, once the minefield is cleared, then the priority will turn
now circle back and, you know, do the needful.
To how to get the flow of traffic sorted. Lots of full ships here, need to get them out. There used to be 2 corridors here, 2 miles wide, separated by 2 miles. If both of those were used to get traffic out, you could clear the backlog, get a lot of that oil flowing again before everything sets into a steady state. And potentially that could be done in a matter of weeks, not months. The challenge, of course, is that you are trying to have a different flow of traffic through here, potentially for the next few days. That would need a close element of coordination to try and ensure that there weren't any collisions. And there is the rub here, because Iran, earlier in the war, was threatening to charge tolls for managing the Strait of Hormuz. That was completely unacceptable from an American perspective. Freedom of navigation is a fundamental maritime principle enshrined in law, and there's nobody who would allow Iran to get away with that.
Enshrined in law. No, freedom of navigation, what it means today is that the West has freedom of movement. Because remember, Libya declared its own waters, its own sovereign waters, as it doesn't. It restricted movement. And what did America do? Bombed Libya or bombed that area. It's freedom of movement only for the West. That's what they mean. It's not freedom of movement for everybody. It's freedom of movement for capitalism. This is the bullshit double standard that we need to understand. It's none of this applies to everybody.
Because if they got away with that here, that would set a precedent for around the world. Instead, Iran's
White
been modifying
supremacy.
its language of late. It said that it should be working with Oman to create a service for the shipping going through this region and therefore be able to charge fees for that. Again, that's something America said is unacceptable, but all of this seems to be preparing for some negotiations, and it's in a bargaining chip for some time in the next 60 days. But whatever is agreed, what is very obvious is that Iran can close the Strait of Hormuz at will if it decides to do so. And America has threatened that actually they'll revert back to military action if Iran steps out of line. But as we get closer to that 60-day window, that's closer to the midterm elections, is President Trump really going to revert to military action, which hasn't succeeded to date, would result in the closure of the strait and have a massive spike in energy prices? That looks very unlikely. So where does that leave us? Well, it does appear that the Straits of Hormuz will be open for business in the next few weeks. That will be a huge relief for the international community as energy prices continue to plummet. Of course, for America, the challenge remains is the whole reason for going to war against Iran was to stop Tehran developing a nuclear weapon. So far, that issue remains unresolved.
Western media, like this idiot, try to make they never ever mention the I've said this a few times, but yeah, I mean, I always need to mention this when you see reports like this. You come away from this, if you didn't know the two sides, you come away from this like both sides are somehow equal powers. That's the sinister thing about reports like this. There is no context about one side being the imperialist power, one side being it, like just such like a much bigger economy, much bigger military, just everything much more powerful. You never come out of these feeling like you truly understand how asymmetric this whole thing is. They make it seem like they're the same size, same power, everything. And that's one of the things that Western media does all of the time. They never tell you how different these two countries really are. What the power dynamic of these two countries are. And hence, they don't really paint the real picture of what Iran has managed to achieve here, right? They want to glaze past the massive moment this is in geopolitics, in geopolitical sense. In a geopolitical sense, it's incredible, but they'll never talk about it like this, and people never leave with that sense. It's always whitewashed, unless it's their country doing it.
Iran agreement is now in force. The deal does call for ending military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon, although Israel has not promised to withdraw from Lebanon and is not part of the agreement. Israeli politicians say the deal is bad for Israeli security. Well, Washington has not reacted nicely to their criticism. Vice President J.D. Vance signaled that critics should be more careful what they say.
Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world.
So where does this leave U.S.-Israeli relations? For more, I'm joined by Natan Sachs, senior fellow at the Middle East Institute, who specializes in U.S. and Israeli foreign policy.
Did he just say Natan Sachs? Sorry. Like, My reptilian brain just went there. Did he say Natan Sachs? Hold up. Let's just listen again.
Who specializes in U.S. and Israeli Institute, who specializes in Natan Sachs, senior fellow at the Middle East. Where does this leave U.S.-Israeli relations? For more, I'm joined by Natan Sachs, senior fellow at the Middle East Institute, who specializes in
Natan
U.S.
Sachs.
and Israeli foreign policy. Natan, good to have you with us.
Sachs.
Pleasure to be with you. Thanks for having me.
So J.D. Vance saying there that Donald Trump is the only head of state sympathetic to Israel, which isn't really true, but let's go to his focus here, which is basically the message: don't attack your best friend in the schoolyard, especially when your best friend is also the toughest kid in class. How unusual is this kind of language between the U.S. and Israel?
Jeez nuts.
It's unusual. It's not unprecedented, but it is very unusual. And it's extremely unusual from the Trump administration towards the Netanyahu government. So we have seen clashes in the past. We can go all the way back to 1975 with very harsh words from President Ford and Secretary of State Kissinger towards Israel, through Reagan and Begin, through
Secretary of State Kissinger. What a name to drop.
George H.W. Bush and the Israeli leadership. But this is a different case. Here, what J.D. Vance is saying is not completely accurate, but there's a kernel of truth there. The United States is standing with Israel at a time when Israel's standing in the world has taken a precipitous drop, and Netanyahu has brought Israel to genuine isolation that we haven't seen in many years, in fact, decades, with the sole and extremely important exception being the United States, headed by Trump. So there's a real moment of tension, but the backdrop of it is this isolation of Israel, and yet this very close alliance until this moment with Donald Trump. It is a dramatic moment in that regard, and these tensions are very notable.
Could the U.S. really cut Israel loose over comments from Israeli cabinet members?
I don't think so, and of course, cutting loose, it depends what that means. In some regards, the Israeli leadership, and especially the commentariat that is associated with Netanyahu and his camp, already feel that has happened, that Trump has essentially set aside Israeli security interests and moved on, trying to cut his losses, open the Straits of Hormuz and move on, regardless of Israel's security concerns.
Reopening
and of course, there are some fundamental
Hormuz.
differences in interest here. For Israel, Hezbollah is not far away, and it's not going away. It's not disappearing just because it's inconvenient. The question of Hezbollah attacks on Israel and Israeli incursion now into Lebanon, that is going to stay with Israel for a long time, even if the United States can't afford to look elsewhere. But this can still become much worse, of course, for Israel. Donald Trump is known for being lavishing with his friends, and certainly Israel has gotten very, very close support, unprecedented support in the past war, with a joint war, something we've never seen in the past. But he's, of course, also well known for being able to turn on someone he believes is disloyal, or someone who turns on him. And so the Israelis are very covetous of the carrots of the relationship with Trump, but very fearful of the sticks, and with good reason.
Let's talk about the alliance specifically with Netanyahu, because J.D. Vance emphasized that he was not criticizing Netanyahu himself. Netanyahu, meanwhile, came out to emphasize that U.S.-Israeli relations are vital, in his words, despite a lot of dissatisfaction in Israel. I'm just wondering, Natan, what do you think is going on in Netanyahu's mind right now?
Netanyahu is in between a rock and a hard place. He's led Israel now in over 2.5 very bloody years of war. And as I mentioned before, also precipitous decline in Israel's standing in the world against enormous opposition in what he thinks is a war of liberation from the Iranian threat, the ring of fire.
We've just got to watch this because it sounds funny.
Are you guys in the IDF?
Are you guys in the IDF?
Yeah, I was in the IDF.
How was it? How was serving in the IDF?
It was perfect. Yeah. I have a question for you.
Yes.
You think the people in Israel are racist?
Yes. I think you guys believe that you guys are better than other people. I mean, the fact that you kill Palestinians and you call them terrorists, you kill little babies and you call them terrorists.
So what you say now, Israel is a racist country.
Yes.
There are 2 million Arabs that live in Israel that have a blue ID.
If I'm telling you that there's apartheid in a country and you're telling me, well, no, we have 2 million Palestinians that live here, you need to have another population in order to have apartheid. You are only proving my point.
They accept the peace?
They don't accept the peace. They have no other choice.
They had no choice. There. I mean, you are in the army, the one on the side. You are in the army, right? You went to the army. Is that cocaine? Do you have cocaine? Is that cocaine, man?
What are you
Are you sniffing cocaine? Oh man, you're having a good time. What's in your hand?
What's that? What's in the key?
Yeah. Enjoy. Wallahi, we're happy for you.
What you guys trying to do?
We're having a conversation. I just want to understand the mentality of the people who go to the army and think that everybody deserves to die.
Fucker's doing cocaine.
He's doing cocaine. It's like doing
cocaine. Oh, brilliant. Hey, Chadswoman, welcome. How are you?
Fire, as the Iranians call it, around Israel with Hezbollah, but of course also Hamas, which started this whole war, and all that with elections in Israel coming. And with this very tenuous relationship with Washington. So he's very fearful of losing support from Trump, fearful both in strategic terms, but also domestic political terms. It's very important for him to be able to portray to Israelis that he's the one who can deal with Trump more effectively than anyone in the opposition. At the same time, the disappointment in his own camp with this deal is profound. In fact,
I think this deal is pretty bad. Okay. So so I think this deal just in every single way. I mean, we're talking about lifting of financial there's a lot of financial sanctions being lifted. So firstly, the oil embargo and trade sanctions are being lifted so that Iran can now freely trade oil. That's happening right now. Iran's frozen assets. That's cool, Kaiser Soze. Iran's frozen assets are being released before, like right now, before the 60-day thing, even like right after the signing of the MOU. And Iran has only agreed to not implement tolls. Like I had another read of all of this. Iran has only agreed to not implement tolls for the 60 days of the negotiation period. So after that, they have the option to turn the tolls back on again. To me, this is just it doesn't feel well thought out by America, you know? It just does not feel well thought out by America, and I think they rushed it because I think they had election season in their minds. I think they truly were thinking about election season, and they kind of fucked us up. Who's Iran trading oil to? Iran trades oil to China, to India, to many countries. But it was doing it under the radar before. Now it's just doing it above board. Yeah, they have no choice. Didn't their Ayatollah get unalived? What do you mean? Their Ayatollah, like, do you think the Ayatollah is Iran? Bro, they'll replace everybody. That's what they've done. Iran, America just got fucked. Like, America lost this. You understand that, right? Didn't Trump say the world economy was about a month away from something from depression? Yeah, he did. He did in a speech. He did. I'm just blown away by how incredibly. I don't think they thought this through, guys. I really don't think they thought this through. It feels rushed. It's so weird.
Throughout Israel, not only on the right wing, is quite profound. And so he finds himself in a very difficult situation, not for the first time. And I think one of the top priorities for him right now is to make sure that Donald Trump, who has spoken about Netanyahu in recent weeks using the F word many times, that Donald Trump is not too angry and can forgive what Trump probably sees as different.
Okay, I can't listen to this guy. I gotta listen. I need a palate cleanser. I need a Zoran Mamdani speech, if you don't mind. So this was Zoran Mamdani's speech. This was Zoran Mamdani's speech at the Knicks, the New York Knicks parade. This is what he said.
My fellow New Yorkers, for 53 long years we have watched and we have waited. We have watched from nosebleeds and through gritted teeth, on televisions in the windows of electronic stores, and from projectors balanced on fire escapes. We have watched alone in our apartments with our heads in our hands, shoulder to shoulder at bars where the signal flickers, alongside friends and family who we wish more than anything could be here today, sharing this moment. For 53 long years, we have watched the Knicks and we have waited. We waited as the memory of Willis Reed winning the championship on one leg grew fainter and fainter. We waited as Clyde came up clutch again and again. As John Starks dunked on Jordan and Patrick Ewing dunked on the Pacers. As Bernard King scored 60. As Charles Oakley pulled every rebound within reach. As Spike got in Reggie Miller's face. As Allen Houston put up a shot against Miami that hung in the air for an eternity. As Larry Johnson gave us the 4-point play heard around New York. As Starbury traded threes with Kobe and then sold sneakers every kid could afford. As Nate Robinson stuffed Yao Ming. As the city came alive watching Linsanity. And as Melo lived every Brooklyn dreams when he came home and made MSG feel like the center of the universe once again. We waited without ever knowing if this day would come, and we waited because we knew deep down in our sick, suffering hearts that it would. New York City, this team has done it. The New York Knicks are NBA champions.
We're going to listen to that billionaire speech after this.
We are here not just because of this team that will go down in New York City legend. I'm talking about guys like Ronaldo Balkman, Marty Collins, Raymond Felton, Marcus Camby, Kristaps Porzingis, J.R. Smith, Iman Shumpert, and the whole Knicks tape era. I'm talking about guys like...
You know what the crazy thing about how that guy was like, oh, if you're a Knicks fan, you know all of this stuff anyway, is mentioning these people's names isn't about being a Knicks fan only. It's about making sure these people know that they're not forgotten. Like, these people, he's saying these names because he wants to big up these people. Like, he wants them to know that they aren't forgotten. They're not just some name, pushed under the carpet. These are real people. That's what that billionaire didn't understand. Because the guy has no touch with reality. He's out of touch with reality. He doesn't care about human beings. He doesn't care about those people.
Tony Douglas, who I watched tie the single-game franchise record for threes from the stands in 2011. I'm talking about Amari, who got this whole city fired up when he joined. And I'm talking about Jared Jeffries and Lance Thomas and Langston Galloway. Players who gave everything every game, even when a 20-win season was all that was in sight. This championship belongs to them too, because championships aren't just built in one season. It belongs to Emmanuel Quickley, R.J. Barrett, Dante DiVincenzo, Julius Randle. And also to a coach who helped lay the groundwork, Tom Thibodeau. Thanks to each of these New Yorkers and too many others to name, New York City has just had two of the most magical months in as long as any of us can remember. Over these past weeks...
Yeah, I think they thought he was bragging. I think the Mamdani haters were like, oh, yeah, this is just fandom. No, bro, this is recognition of people That's what he was doing here. Not trying to say he's like the most amazing Knicks fan. No, he was naming people because it's legacy. How stupid, man.
Weeks, as the Knicks kept winning, our city has come together as one. Neighbors invited neighbors over. Strangers high-fived one another in the street. Subway conductors sang their announcements and bus drivers danced behind the wheel. So often when this city comes together, it is because we are forced to, by a moment of tragedy or adversity. What a gift it is to be brought together by pure, unfiltered joy. For as long as we live, we will remember this feeling of a city together, a city alive, a city overcome by happiness. But let's not pretend that this was inevitable. If you will allow me, I want to travel back in time 8 days. Game 4. 9 minutes and 33 seconds left in the fourth quarter. The Knicks are down 20. The analytics guys, the sports betting companies, the pundits who watch from far away, they do what they do. They run the numbers. They calculate the odds. They write the Knicks off. They give the Spurs a 99.6% chance of winning the game. A 99.6% chance of tying up the series 2-2, of reclaiming the momentum with the next game in San Antonio. A 99.6% chance of silencing the Garden, of another year of watching and waiting. But there is one thing that the pundits just don't get about this team, that they just don't get about this city. It is in that 0.4% that we go to work.
Bro, this is an all-time speech. Oh my gosh, these people can't enjoy anything, man. This is an all-time fucking speech, bro. I've got goosebumps, man.
It is in that 0.4% that Jalen Brunson, the same guy that so many said was too small, proves that not only is he good enough, he is the new standard for greatness. It is in that 0.4% that OG Anunoby watches the ball float from the top of the arc and start running toward the basket, fingers reaching towards the heavens. It is in that 0.4% that Karl Anthony Towns finds the strength to mourn his mother and still pull in rebound after rebound, make block after block. It is in that 0.4% that Jose Alvarado shows every kid growing up in public housing that a son of Brooklyn and Queens can win for every one of the 5 boroughs. It is in that 0.4% that Mitch breaks his finger before game 1 and says, go get the tape. It's in that 0.4% that Josh Hart gets rebounds that break teams, that Mikal Bridges proves he was worth every single draft pick, that Landry Shamet pulls up from downtown, that every one of these 18 players transforms the franchise, that Mike Brown keeps this team believing. Most of all, it's in that 0.4% that the Knicks do what New Yorkers have always done when we are told something is impossible. We find a way. We win.
All fucking time, bro. This is all time. Look at this. Look at this sleazy billionaire in front. Like hating every moment of this. Look at him. Look at him. Oh my gosh. Billionaire cope, everybody.
Standing here before what feels like the entire city, there is a Jalen Brunson quote I can't stop thinking about. I'm gonna tell you. You are allowed to think about the worst possible scenario, but you gotta go out there and do something about it. When Jalen Brunson took that pay cut, my friends, that was doing something about it. Time after time, we thought about the worst possible scenario. And time after time, the Knicks went out there and did something about it. The Knicks did not just win for New York City. They won like New York City. What is New York if not your back up against the wall? A dream that feels just out of reach. A rent payment you don't know how you'll ever make. What is New York if not 99.6% of the world stacked against you? And who are New Yorkers if not people who hear those odds and smile? Who look at a 0.4% chance of success and ask, why are you giving me a head start? This is our city. This is our team. For 53 years we watched. For 53 years we waited. Now we've won. One last time, New York, say it with me. Nixon! 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 So much.
Okay, let's listen to the billionaire. Okay, let's listen to the billionaire. What's the billionaire's name? What's the billionaire's name? Dolan? James Dolan? Is it James Dolan? What a freak that guy is. Here we go. Awful speech. Here we go. I want his whole speech. I want to listen to his whole speech. They're just doing the... Can I get the full speech, bro? They don't... Where the fuck is the full speech? The full speech isn't even available. No one even put the full speech on. That's how much people don't give a fuck about this guy. Oh my gosh, dude. What the fuck?
Look, I don't need your vote. I don't need to quote to you, right? About what happened here, and because if you're real Knicks fans, you know it already.
Real Knicks fans know that Jim Dolan's an asshole, and that the Knicks won this title in spite of him, not because of him. And real Knicks fans also know that the speech that Zoran gave today could only be given by a real Knicks fan. So to stand up and throw shade at Zoran after a speech that mentions Tony Douglas, that's a awful choice from Dolan, who has done all he could to derail this amazing run, bringing Trump's ass to the one loss. Just an absolute disgrace. And this speech is just the cherry on top.
Damn! Woo! Woo! Oh my gosh. All the Zoran haters are out, bro. It is funny as fuck. Oh my. Here's the moment, okay? Here's that moment again. Here's what he said.
A quote to you.
Hold on.
Look, I don't need your vote. I don't need to quote to you, right? About what happened here, and because if you're real Knicks fans, you know it already.
The silence. The silence. The silence. Oh my gosh. Look at the meme.
Stinks! Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
The crowd goes mild. Yeah. Where? Oh my gosh. What? That is jealousy. That is what you call fragility right there, folks. Little fragile baby got hurt because a brown Muslim man made him look like a complete tool douche nozzle. Okay? Little white supremacist billionaire.
Look, I don't need your vote. I don't need to quote to you, right? About what happened here, and because if you're real Knicks fans, you know it already. Look.
The silence! The silence is so telling. Oh my goodness. Okay, all right. That was a nice palate cleanser. Let's keep moving, everybody. Let's keep moving. Oh, actually, someone did ask Zoran about that moment. Okay, I'll try and find it. I'll find it later. But damn! Oh, we got a bit of fragility here, folks. A bit of fragility. The two people in the back hesitantly showing support. Yeah. Dolan is such a trumper. He inherited the team from his father. Oh, did he? Nepo baby. Oh, no. Is that what this guy's shtick is? Just a billionaire Nepo baby? Oh, that sucks, man. Okay, dude, let's like forget about that guy. Let's forget about that guy. Zoran, well done. We love you, Zoran. And free Palestine. To be honest, you know? Just keep freeing Palestine, okay? Zoran, just don't be a dick. Free Palestine. All right. The end of the war in Iran threatens glorious failure for Israel. Okay, the end of the war in Iran threatens glorious failure for Israel. This one's by The Economist. I'm going to read it because, who doesn't love hearing about the glorious failure for Israel? Donald Trump's deal with Iran would leave America's ally without any strategic gains. Well, start lifting then, bro. Start lifting if you want those gains. Okay, on February 28th, that was such a bad joke. I'm so sorry.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
On February 28th, hundreds of American and Israeli warplanes took off simultaneously to launch the opening salvo of their war on Iran. For 40 days, the two allies' military partnership was intense and close. It was so close. But as Donald Trump and Iran's leaders this week reached an agreement that would extend the ceasefire and bring their war to an end, the nature of that partnership has shifted. Israel has been shut out of the negotiations with Iran. I'm pronouncing Iran wrong because these people would say Iran. I'll stop doing that now. Judging by the details of the accord, Israel hasn't received a copy. That have emerged so far, it deals with few, if any, of Israel's concerns. Great. The outcome for Israel is, as one of the country's diplomats in Jerusalem describes it, a glorious failure. I love it. Let's go. A glorious failure. It is also a personal blow to Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. He has invested enormous political capital in convincing America's president that a war with Iran could fundamentally change the situation in the Middle East for the better, perhaps even topple the Islamic Republic's regime. In a press conference with the Israeli media on June 15th, he claimed that the war had been a success and that we saved Israel from the threat of nuclear annihilation. Mark Mac 13, thank you for the follow. Welcome. He avoided, however, the subject of Mr. Trump's deal with Iran. Despite Mr. Netanyahu's claims and the significant damage inflicted on Iran, the regime remains standing. Hardliners have been empowered. The deal, due to be signed on June 19th in Geneva, does not immediately address Iran's nuclear program, Israel's great concern. It will be the subject of talks that are to continue over the next 60 days. There is no guarantee that these talks will be conclusive. They could plausibly be extended time and again. Iran retains the capability to fire ballistic missiles at Israel, the rest of the Middle East, and beyond. The agreement with America is not expected to refer to Iran's ballistic missile program at all. Hey, Est, welcome. Nor will it address one of Israel's other great worries, Iran's network of regional proxies. The most powerful of these, Hezbollah, the Shia militia in Lebanon, gains new protection from Israeli attacks in the deal. Israel nearly scuppered the truce hours before it was announced when it attacked a target in Beirut after Hezbollah launched more drones. Oh, come on, bro. Yeah, they fucking media making Israel look like the victim is just insane. But instead of derailing the negotiations, as Mr. Netanyahu clearly desired, the attack only encouraged Mr. Trump to seal the deal. Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, insisted that troops would remain in the security zones that Israel captured in southern Lebanon over the past 3 months. But Iran is demanding that an Israeli retreat should also be part of the deal with America. Sleepy, noisy? Nah, it's just, I don't know. I'm just yawning. Let me just hydrate a little bit. Maybe that's it. Israel can no longer rely on its allies backing on this. The American president also gave a series of interviews in which he said he was so pissed off with his erstwhile partner for having no fucking judgment in launching the strike on Beirut and described him as a very difficult guy who should be very thankful to us. It was clear already during the war, especially when Israeli strikes on energy installations incurred Mr. Trump's anger, that the two countries' objectives were increasingly divergent. The president was much more interested in dealing with this same regime that Iran wanted to bring down. The Israeli official who was previously stationed in Washington said that a large part of the problem is that we no longer have the same kind of relationship with America in which officials spoke openly to each other at all levels. Now it has all been subsumed by the connection between Netanyahu and Trump and their personal dramas. More fundamentally, the respective goals of Israel and America in Iran have become less aligned. A few voices in Israel's defense and intelligence establishment warned their generals of this discrepancy in the first days of the war. They suggested that Israel must be more realistic about its aims, but their bosses were swept away by the success of early airstrikes and supported Mr. Netanyahu through 40 days of war. Then Mr. Trump called time. And since then, Israel has been left out in the cold. Left out in the cold like shriveled G's nuts. Confronting Iran has been Mr. Trump's idée fixe. Idée fixe. I don't know how to say this. Idée fixe. E. This is some Latin fucking bullshit. For many years. Why do they have to use Latin, bro? Just say it in plain English, okay? No. I'm like fucking South Indian and I have to learn English because of the colonizers. And now I need to understand fucking Latin? How racist. He has led Israel twice into wars with that intention. Although these campaigns caused significant damage to Iran's nuclear and missile programs, that could well prove temporary. Israel has failed to achieve its strategic goals. It has damaged its crucial ties with America, as well as its relations with Arab countries that regarded it as an ally against Iran. All this is also likely to damage Mr. Netanyahu's prospects of re-election in October. Well, thank fuck for that. But you know what? Netanyahu's going to be replaced by somebody who's probably the same or worse. This is your left-wing.
And against the axis of evil of Iran, I would return to the octopus doctrine that we started in the government under my leadership. On the one hand, to prevent Iran to break out to a nuclear weapon, and on the other hand, to bring to the collapse of the Iranian regime through military and diplomatic and economic tools. All this will happen. The hourglass to topple the Iranian regime will begin once the leadership in Israel is changed.
Okay, so that is that is the center. Those are the what do you call it? The liberal Zionists, as they call them. There's no such thing as liberal Zionism, guys. It's all extreme because that's what fascism is. It's extreme. All this is also likely to damage Mr. Netanyahu's prospects of re-election in October. It will be hard to sell himself as the guarantor of Israel's security when he appears to have achieved so little in relation to Iran. Nor can he afford to be seen at loggerheads with Mr. Trump. He has made much of his relationship with the president, who has been very popular in Israel. Bernie is a liberal Zionist? Well, that's a fucking scary thing, isn't it? No, Bernie's a fascist. Because if you believe that Israel has a right to exist as a racist apartheid state, then you are a fascist. I'm sorry. Bennett wants to target Turkey as well. Yeah. That said, none of his challengers yet has an alternative strategy on Iran. Leaders of all the main opposition parties were just as gung-ho when the war began. For now, their criticism of Mr. Netanyahu is that he failed to deliver results, not that he launched the war. We desperately need a new Iran policy, one military planner observes. For now, Israel has no prospect of getting one. Crazy. Guys, I have to be real here, okay? Bernie Sanders the other day was like, does Israel have the right to exist? He was like, yeah. It has the right to exist. The one-state solution, etc., it's all bad. Then Israel doesn't have the right to exist. He never addresses the core problem because he knows Israel can't exist without racist apartheid. Nah, there's no such thing as a liberal Zionist. None. There's no chance of it. It is. Did you say Bernie Sanders is a fascist? Yeah. I mean, if you agree with something existing on the premise of apartheid and genocide and racism and ethno supremacy, then you are absolutely a fascist. Like, just because he goes, oh, I want policies that are helpful to Americans, but I am going to ignore the apartheid fascist genocidal state doing fascist genocidal things, and I'm okay with it existing, is insane. Bernie Sanders took so long to call it a genocide as well, by the way. I have so much smoke for that guy. Him and AOC. Anyone who pretends like, they have policies for me, I am more critical of people like that. I can see a fascist. Donald Trump is easy to see. He is easy to spot. His type of fascism, his type of white supremacy, easy. It's the people who go, I am for you. Those are the people that I'm most critical about. If I have to say what Bernie's like, let me show you. This is, I think this sums up Bernie pretty well. Yeah,
there are many whites who are trying to solve the problem, but you never see them going under the label of liberals. That white person that you see calling himself a liberal is the most dangerous thing in the entire Western Hemisphere. He's the most deceitful. He's like a fox, and a fox is always more dangerous in the forest than the wolf. You can see the wolf coming. You know what he's up to, but the fox will fool you. He comes at you with his mouth shaped in such a way that even though you see his teeth, you think he's smiling, and you take him for a friend.
Yeah. To me, that's Bernie. Bernie's a fox. Bernie is a fox. I can see Donald Trump coming. I can see MAGA coming. But Bernie will support a racist, apartheid, genocidal state existing in its current form while telling you that he's for the working class. The working class is either... You can't just go, oh, he's only for the U.S. working class. He's pro-working class, great, yes, but it falls apart in regards to Israel. No, that's the thing about leftism, guys. If we talk about liberation, we have to talk about liberation for all. We cannot be selective.
A loyal, noisy crew member detected. Thank you for your continued support.
Pretty big oof. 6 months, pretty big oof. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. Like, we can't just be like, oh yeah, okay. Yep, he's going to do work for the working class in the US, but then, he supports the state committing a genocide. Right? Massacre by Israel right now. Oh my gosh, dude. They're fucking bombing Lebanon still. It's so fucking stupid. Oh, I can't believe this. Oh no, man. This is so bad, dude. This is so fucking bad. I hate this.
Fantasy world is this war close to a success?
Okay. So again, the
four-term... Fucking Mehdi Hassan. I don't care. Oh, here we go. US-Iran talks postponed. This is an important one, guys. 15 cities got hit? Is this the one that killed 16 people, or did it happen right now? Hold up, man. I just need to find this. Breaking: lack of independent oversight over U.S.-Iran could impede deal's implementation. Did this happen just now? Israeli warplanes bombed the southern Lebanese village of Arab Salim for the 4th time, striking near residential buildings. Oh my gosh, dude. Fuck this. There's oh shit, okay, so this is new then. Where can I find this? Is this, oh man, hold up, I might need to reach into Telegram here. Hold up. Heavy battles on the border. Wait up, guys. Let me just check this. I can't find the recent strikes here yet. Oh, yes, I see it. This was about an hour ago. Holy moly. Hold up. Let me just. How do I pop this out? Holy shit! There's it's a WhatsApp channel in Lebanon. Oh no, I don't have that one. I'm looking at my Telegram sources. I'm looking at my Telegram sources. But yeah, this is non-stop bombing. What the fuck is going on? Why are they allowed to do this? This is insane. Israel took out a school? Oh no, bro. What the fuck, bro? I think they've lost their shit. I think they've totally gone. I think they've completely lost their minds. They went dumb after the VP speech, yeah. By the way, this is you know, whenever Bernie talks about this stuff, like it's a Netanyahu problem and the far right problem. But when Naftali Bennett and Yair Lapid, who have now formed a coalition, are considered the more they're considered the more like center left. I guess Yair Lapid is like center left and Naftali Bennett is center right. But they're considered more supposed to be more moderate, I guess. But they're not. They're the same. They're exactly the same. Bernie's like, oh yeah, changing the government is going to make all the difference. It's not, man. It's just not. Oh shit. Wow.
Ouais. Ouais, je crois pas. Ça paraît un peu compliqué là.
Yeah, I saw that one just on camera. Bro, this needs to stop, man. It's too much killing, guys. It's way too much killing.
U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance says he doesn't know when technical talks with Iran will get underway. They were scheduled to begin in Switzerland later on Friday with a focus on Tehran's future nuclear program. Both Iran and the U.S. signed the Memorandum of Understanding on Wednesday, which gives...
Breaking: Israel air attack in Lebanese town of Jamaliyah in the Bekaa Valley kills 3. Oh my gosh. It's happening right now, guys. Like, it's breaking right now. Talks by Habib just came in and told me. And yeah, it's happening right now. Israel gonna have to be militarily defeated at this point. Oh, bro. It's so sick, man.
Both sides 60 days to agree on a lasting peace deal.
Our plan is to go to Switzerland. I don't know exactly when. The way that we're setting up this technical negotiation is that obviously you're going to have the political leadership involved. Excuse me. We're going to have people on the ground actually driving the technical talks, the nuclear talks. How do you destroy this highly enriched uranium? All that stuff that you really just have to get into the nitty gritty on. So, I plan to go to Switzerland. Exactly when, we think these technical negotiations are going to start sometime this weekend. That's still the plan, but that could change because it's not an easy country, Iran, to get out of. And so we're trying to figure out exactly when that's going to happen. I suspect this weekend, but I'm not sure.
Bristol Sardar is standing by for us in Tehran, but first let's go to Osama bin Javed, who's in the Swiss city of Lucerne. Osama, so Friday is supposed to see the official kickoff of the negotiations between Iran and the U.S. and their partners. What's happening? What are we expecting this weekend?
Well, we're seeing very careful language around it. We've heard from the Pakistani Prime Minister who says his visit is postponed. You've heard from the US Vice President saying that he still expects to go to Switzerland over the weekend. So his Friday is the beginning of that weekend, and we still have a couple of more days left. We've heard from some sources in the mediating team who've told us that the talks are not off, but they're being postponed for now. And that is what we have heard from the Swiss Foreign Ministry as well. They sent me a message this morning that the preparation for these talks to get underway in Bergenstock are still ongoing. So it appears that there are some delays, and there might be multiple reasons for that. We've heard from multiple analysts about the issues, but here's what one source told me, that it is the implementations of Article 1, 4, 5, 10 and 11 of the text that is pending, and that is why this negotiation has not begun yet. And those, if I can very quickly go through them, the Article 1 is territorial integrity and the removal of territorial integrity, including Lebanon, that both sides will respect. That has not happened. US blockade is to be lifted, Article 4 says, and forces removed from Iranian vicinity. The forces are still there. Number 5, Iran to allow safe passage, no toll, with talks with Oman and other Gulf states. Article 10 talks about US waivers until the termination of sanctions. That hasn't happened yet as well. And Article 11 says that there would be the full availability of the use of the frozen funds that Iran would actually get as a result of this deal. So there's plenty in the memorandum of understanding, which is not a deal, but it is an understanding. For these talks to get underway, there are multiple things that need to be done, and they're still pending as the clock ticks on, and we're at day 59. Indeed, and important that you reminded us there of what the articles, the clauses in the agreement are. What though is the timeline on implementing the commitments that have been made in this initial agreement? Well, I've been talking to the mediators, and it is going to be up to the parties. Essentially, what they've agreed upon about the immediate flow of ships from the Strait of Hormuz, you're seeing that happen. You're seeing that the U.S. has lifted all of its blockade, all of its restrictions on Iranian naval ports, that there is a cessation of hostilities between the two countries, but Lebanon remains the main question. Just this morning, we heard from Israeli media that at least 4 Israeli soldiers have been killed in south of Lebanon. It is continuing to illegally occupy that territory. There are ongoing clashes on Lebanese soil, and that to the Iranians is a red flag, because what they want to ensure is that there is a ceasefire, there is respect of territorial integrity and sovereignty, including Lebanon, and whether that is included, according to the Americans or the Israelis, is going to be a major hurdle before these talks could begin.
And we'll have more on the situation in Lebanon a little later in the program. Osama bin Javed in Lucerne, Switzerland, thank you very much for now.
Oh my gosh, dude. Let's see what Bolton says, because Bolton is like a proper hawk, right? Like, he's probably flipping out.
Mr. Ambassador, welcome back. It's great to have you with us here the day after the MOU was signed. I keep hearing the same question the last couple of days. What would John Bolton make of this deal? And so here we are. What was your immediate reaction to reading this 14-point plan?
Well, it's a huge disappointment. It constitutes a real defeat for the United States. We had substantial military success, although it's still not clear what President Trump's objective was. But
who here likes John Bolton?
After that success, we've now found ourselves in a trap, basically, of Trump's own making. because of the Iranian effort to close the Strait of Hormuz. I don't think this is the right answer. I think it kicks a lot of the big issues like the nuclear program, the ballistic missile and drone programs down the road, and it's not at all clear that it even opens the Strait of Hormuz in a coherent way. We'll have to see.
Don't answer that. It's a trap, because I'll just block you.
But this is a very ill-advised agreement from a strategic point of view. It may benefit Trump politically at home, but long-range implications internationally are all bad.
Well, Ambassador, as you characterize this as a defeat for the United States, are you willing to declare that already when we haven't even yet entered this?
Yeah, bro! Bolton is the only one telling the truth, apparently. I never expected this. I never expected this. Holy shit.
60-day negotiating period. Should there not be some benefit of the doubt that the U.S. can indeed end up with a deal beneficial at the end of this?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was a mistake to allow Iran to close the Strait of Hormuz to begin with. There's a lot of history.
Well, god dang, folks, we kind of fucked that one up, didn't we? Cletus, I'm talking to you. Fucking, god dang it, Cletus. We fucked that one up, boy. We went down there. All we wanted to do was kill some Arabs. But what happened there, Cletus? What the fuck did we do? I was like, yeah, America, we about to go shoot some browns and blacks. You know? That's what it's about, Cletus. We about to go shoot some browns and blacks in Arabia. God dang. Now look, Cletus, we done fucked up, didn't we? We done fucked up, Cletus. We done fucked up, son. Cletus, I asked you to bring my goddamn motherfucking moonshine about 30 minutes ago, you dumb fuck.
History here, much of which I disagree with the way the United States carried it out. But if you ask me right now, okay, fine, what are you going to do as an alternative? I would say the alternative is, instead of saying to Iran, we agree that you basically will be able to turn access to the Strait of Hormuz on and off like...
Cletus, get your goddamn dirty hands off your cousin, Cletus. Stop touching your cousin, goddammit. How many times do I gotta tell ya?
Like a light switch, which is the impression they come away with. We should have opened the Arab side of the Gulf with military force. We were getting ships through, a small number, which says to me that we had the capability to get more ships through if we had applied ourselves. And while doing that, we keep the blockade on Iranian oil shipments so they're not earning any international revenues. We're now going to fund the Revolutionary Guard with the proceeds of the oil that Iran is about to sell. And that regime won't use the money to benefit the people of Iran. It will use the money to re-entrench themselves in power and rebuild their war capabilities.
Well, of course, it's not just the money from the oil, Ambassador. The MOU is clear. We've got a 60-day timeline to finalize the deal. But the text, as I read it, calls for frozen funds to be released immediately. Could that...
Bolton hasn't slept in like a week.
Transfer have already taken place?
Well, I think that's entirely possible. This is a self-inflicted wound if there ever was one. I don't doubt that.
Cletus, we shot ourselves in the goddamn foot. Cletus, god damn it, we shot ourselves in the foot, Cletus.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Cletus, all I wanted was to shoot a few Arabs. Is that too much to ask? I just wanted to go over to Arabia and shoot some Arabs. That's it.
So there we are.
That at some point frozen assets would go back to Iran. I would rather see those assets go back to a government controlled by the people instead of a bunch of authoritarian religious fanatics that are still very strong.
From Johnny Palmadesa? No, it's Cletus is the name of like any hillbilly, isn't it? Like, I despise the sound of that thing's voice. Oh my gosh. It's just Cletus. Cletus is like a joke hillbilly name. It's fair. The oil future went volatile.
Of the view that the United States is the great Satan. I wouldn't give those people a dime.
Ambassador, the president contends that if this negotiation over 60 days does not go well or there is not good behavior from the Iranians, we can always just bomb them again, to use his words. But bombing them the first
Billy Bob
time didn't seem to get us where we wanted. Would a second military campaign accomplish what you would have liked to see the U.S. accomplish here?
Well, I wouldn't have stopped the first campaign. I don't. Clearly, it didn't achieve all that we wanted to. I can't explain.
But was that
what
not
Trump
evidence
had
that we
won.
cannot, in fact, bomb them into submission?
Tony's.
Well, I think we can do a lot more. The question is,
we could have bombed them. It would have taken another, 300, 400, 1,000 bombs, but eventually the Arabs just give up. You just keep bombing them. How many bodies can they throw at the problem, goddammit? You just keep bombing them and then they just disappear. That's how we've done it all through our history. Look at them Redskins. Where are they? Building them. Where are the goddamn Redskins at? Look what we did to them. That's all I'm saying. We could just go there and do the same thing.
Can we do enough to destroy the instruments of Iranian state power so that opponents inside the country can help bring the regime down from inside? And we didn't do nearly enough. In fact, we did close to nothing to help opponents of the regime. Part of the idea, for example, to help the Kurds was stopped by President Erdogan of Turkey calling President Trump and asking him to stop. So that's why I say we're in the cusp of a policy that was ill-conceived from the beginning.
Have you ever seen Trailer Park Boys? Yeah, I have. You're either reconsidering your life or at this point or having too much fun. I love Cletus. Cletus's character. This is Cletus's father, by the way. Cletus's father, he doesn't even have a name.
But the idea that somehow providing resources...
Just your stock standard racist. Paw. I met Deborah at a family gathering when we were 12. No, she was 12. I was about 30. I met Deborah. I married her when she was 12. She was my cousin. And now we add Cletus.
Resources to the current regime in Iran is going to change their behavior, or as Vice President Vance says, we expect they will change their behavior, is just a fantasy. They haven't changed their behavior for 47 years. Why do you think they're going to start now?
You mentioned Vice President J.D. Vance. Some are calling this the Vance peace deal. Ambassador, you probably saw him in the briefing room today holding forth for about an hour here trying to sell the components of the deal, justify elements of the deal. Lindsey Graham is calling J.D. Vance the architect of the deal. The president was asked about this yesterday and jokingly, we presume, suggested that he might blame J.D. Vance if this doesn't go well. Is the vice president being set up here?
Well, he appears to have embraced the role, and one thing that I've seen in a number of his comments is the vitriol in his attacks on Israel. I mean, it's bad enough when you're in a difficult period of time with a valuable ally, But to say that, as I think he did, that Israel was built with American money, I don't think that's going to sit well with not just with Israelis, but with a lot of Americans who view Israel as one of our important allies. So, look, this is if Vance wants this, fine, have at it. And if he doesn't want it, then he'll have to find his own way out of it.
Yeah. So this is the big thing about Israel that everyone here has to understand. So many people like to talk about Israel controlling the U.S. Okay, like Zionism controlling the U.S. or the fact of the matter is, the U.S. doesn't need controlling to be violent. This is what the U.S. was always built on. The U.S. is violent by the nature of how it was founded. Nobody needs to control the U.S. to be violent or carry out mass murder in the Middle East, because the U.S. is doing it for profit. The U.S. is doing it for profit. So when your country is built on that, no, you're not violent for Israel, Ice Cream Emperor. You're not violent for Israel. You're violent to make profit. That's always been the case. Israel is a means to an end for the US. Once you understand that Israel is a tool of American imperialism, then you'll start to understand how to dismantle this imperialism. When people say Israel controls the US, they distract from the core issue. Israel is not just America's military. Israel is also Europe's military, Canada's military, the UK's military, because it helps to maintain Western hegemony. It helps to maintain the structure of oppression, the global structure of oppression, which is, the capitalist system we have in place. So by saying the Zionists control America, you're trying to say that America is a victim of Zionism. No, bro. America is not a victim of Zionism. America murdered 50 million Native Americans. America murdered so many black people. Still today, they murder black people because of the racist policies. America is murdering Native Americans today by putting them in ICE fucking concentration camps. In ICE concentration camps. America doesn't need Zionism to control it. America is the violence. It's the bastard child of European colonization. That white supremacy is embedded in American society. So America is not the victim of Israeli, Jewish black magic or some stupid shit like that, anti-Semitic shit like that. America has always been violent. The West has always been violent. Okay? Yeah, a black 1-year-old baby was shot the other day. Yeah, but you don't understand, Ice Cream. Why don't you talk about Kufi? Why do you only talk about AIPAC? Kufi is much larger than AIPAC. Kufi is full of Christian Zionists. In my opinion, Christian Zionists or evangelical Christians control the U.S. government far more than any Israeli Zionist. So, this is where you got to understand, America doesn't need an excuse, has never needed an excuse to be violent. Never. America's built on violence. Violence is written into your constitution. And the systemic racism continues to marginalize and murder brown and black people en masse every year in your country. America is just a violent country, okay? America is a violent country. No. You're wrong, Ice Emperor. You're wrong. This is where Americans do this, by the way. Americans do this because Americans are struggling to cope with the violence they're seeing from their own country. Americans are struggling to see the live streamed violence taking out. And they're in denial of the fact that, yeah, exactly, Shelley. They're in denial of the fact that America's been doing this every single day for 256 years or whatever, however long this country has existed. America even fought in 1776. America 250, yeah. America in 1776, when it got its independence, one of the main reasons it was fighting was to keep slavery going. They loved enslaving black people so much that they fought the British to keep it going, because the British at the time were talking about abolishing slavery. America is built on white supremacy, slavery, genocide, and it is built into every system in your country. It's built into every system in your country. America does not need an excuse. America doesn't need to be victimized to be violent. Okay?
Well, as we consider Israel, the president has made it very clear he wants the ceasefire to include Lebanon.
Noisy, hypothetically, is it ever possible in the future that America funds Israel so much as a satellite that it can then turn around and apply pressure on American interests? No, impossible. We're talking about 9 million people here. We're talking about 9 million people, okay? Which is the size of Israel. That's the population of Israel. Ultimately, what's going to happen is America at some stage is going to understand, especially with the world moving towards renewable energy sources. The reason why Israel exists, and Joe Biden put it the best. Joe Biden put it the best. It is the best $3 billion investment that America makes every year. Because if it wasn't for Israel, if Israel didn't exist, they'd have to create another Israel to protect American interests in the Middle East. That's exactly what Joe Biden says. And American interest in the Middle East is oil. Right? Oil. Oil is so important to America. Those who control energy control the world. Those who control energy control the world. Right now, we're going through a transition period. We're going from oil and gas to renewable energy sources. And it means more countries more countries becoming independent from oil and gas. Once oil and gas isn't, once America doesn't need to maintain its oil and gas domination anymore, America is going to cut Israel out because there's no return on investment. At some stage, America is going to start seeing Israel as a liability, not as an investment, a positive investment. And because of the capitalist nature of America, it is going to look at it like a part of its P&L, impacting its profit margin. And when that day happens, they will cut it out immediately. That's America. America just works like that. America uses its military as leverage. America uses the financial systems as its leverage. America uses its soft power. America uses its soft power to get favors and control so many different countries. The big issue, guys, for Americans in particular, is acknowledging the violence that America every year, every day, carries out on innocent human beings around the world.
New follower detected.
Von Wolfman, yeah. Thank you for the follow, Von Wolfman. Just remember, guys, this is an empire. This is an imperialist machine. The bastard child of the European colonization. European colonization was and still is the largest man-made human suffering ever. Nothing comes close. Nothing. They have killed so many human beings in the name of white supremacy and Christian patriarchy that it is unthinkable. America's just carrying the flame.
And Israel and Hezbollah. Do you expect the Netanyahu government is going to be able to leave things as they are right now, still feeling as though they face an existential threat from the north?
Well, the way the wording of the memorandum reads, it would seem to satisfy that Israel's got to withdraw all its forces from Lebanon, where they're up to the Litani River in the south and indeed in some places beyond that. I see zero chance of that happening. But let's play it from the other direction. This also gives Iran, through its proxy Hezbollah, the ability to punish Israel and have Trump and Vance criticize the Israelis for defending themselves. So not only does it give Iran a military option, it's a powerful political weapon to split the great Satan from the little Satan.
Wow. We've been hearing a lot about the JCPOA, and for obvious reasons, President Trump has made clear, as has J.D. Vance, that this is an improvement. Many of...
Oh, and we protect nobody and we save no children? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. America just shut down its refugee program to import like 7,000 white South Africans who long for the day of apartheid South Africa. Like, it's the most racist fucking country, and the world is kind of like getting sick of listening to American tears, because it's like, bro, just get your government to stop bombing little children. Stop making your government, mass murdering people around the world. Just do that, okay?
Their critics suggest that we've barely duplicated the agreement that the president tore up. We heard on social media, Ambassador, from Robert Malley, pretty significant, who actually helped to negotiate the JCPOA in 2015. for Barack Obama. He says, I don't see much value in comparing them. The bottom line is the MOU is far preferable to any of the alternatives on offer, period. Why is he wrong?
Well, I've given you an alternative that if to reestablish deterrence, to convince the regime in Iran, it better not try and close the Strait of Hormuz again. You can't just resolve it diplomatically because it creates no deterrence. Using military force.
Is this an improvement? Or was JCPOA a better alternative? Yeah.
JCPOA was the nuclear program, which we haven't even gotten to here yet. But I will say, comparing the rhetoric of J.D. Vance to Rob Malley and Barack Obama, it's very hard to tell the difference.
Ambassador, I'd also like to ask you separately about another war that President Trump once contended he could end in a single day, and that's between Russia and Ukraine. We saw overnight reportedly 500 Ukrainian drones attacking Russia, actually striking an oil refinery. Is this war winnable for Ukraine?
Also, it's weird, this asset that we need so badly that we would have to create one if we didn't have it is constantly getting us into quagmires for their benefit at our expense. Like, at what point does the cost-benefit analysis about unsinkable aircraft carrier happen? Yeah, but the problem is, dude, like, literally America maintains its economy through its military. It's not surprising that America keeps using its military to continue to uphold or prop up its consumer economy. If you're wondering how you have $2 a gallon gas, you know, it's like it's so stupid. America has cheap everything in like the biggest fucking batches of stuff. How do you think you have that stuff? Do you think that's just because you have smarter people in the world? It's because of your military, bro. It's your military. Your military goes around the world and bombs people if they don't get good deals. This is what America does. This is your economy. Your economy relies on the military.
At this point,
wait. What were you paying before Iran started, user? What were you paying before Iran started? What were you paying before Iran started? Before your country started bombing children in Iran? We get $2 gas because our military is parked, not sending us to war with Iran. Bro, that is naive, Ice Cream. And you're doing that either to just not understand what I'm saying, or you're in denial about how incredibly evil and violent America is. Like, just listen to your own scholars. Where are you seeing Ice Cream? No, on Twitch. Just listen to your own people, bro. Listen to Malcolm X. Listen to Martin Luther King. Yeah, Camilla, I know it's $4.80. $4.80 now. What did you pay before America went to war with Iran? Like, literally, we were paying, $2.89. Yeah, Camilla, exactly. Do you know that in Aotearoa, New Zealand, for example, we are now paying $8 a gallon? We're paying $8 to $9 a gallon. That's most, like, a lot of the world right now is paying that amount. Okay? Like, that's what we're paying here. America just doesn't realize how cheap everything is in America because of how it behaves. Without the American military, it wouldn't be possible. Dominican Republic is like $7 a gallon. Yeah. Like, Americans just don't understand how cheap their shit is.
Winning?
Well, I think they are slightly winning at this point. Look, the war has now lasted longer than World War I. And if we hadn't spent 3.5 years at the beginning of the war concerned more about Russia launching a wider war, if we had given aid to Ukraine strategically, if we had helped them with a plan to defeat the Russian aggression, I think we'd be in a much better place today. But I think the bottom line is that it's still important for American national interest. I'm not talking about an act of charity for Ukraine. I'm talking about core American interest here, that we help them defeat the Russian aggression. And was glad that Trump signed.
Yeah, exactly, Red Bob. It's fucking insane. The world pays double for fucking, like, and oil is just one thing. It's like, people just don't understand. Firstly, America is like massively neoliberal. Of course, these companies are making record profits, etc., etc. But America, man, like, your supply chain is built. Supply chains are built on blood, like mass murder. Unless and until you understand that, like, when America talks about freedom of movement and freedom of shipping, they're talking about supply chains enabled by the American military. You act like citizens make these violent decisions of rich politicians. Do I need to read this book again? Do I need to fucking read this book again? Read a book, Dumbu. Read a book. Read a book called Black Skin, White Masks. And it tells you why even citizens of the nation are responsible for its nation's crimes. You are responsible. You are responsible. Of course you are.
Signed on to the G7 declaration in Evian, and, hopefully you'll stick with it for a while.
Ambassador, just have to ask you, because it's been a while since we've had a chance to talk, and I'd be remiss to not bring up the fact that it has been reported that you reached a guilty plea agreement with the Justice.
See, this is what I mean. Like, Americans are like, someone else give me the answer, please, because we can't think for ourselves. Like, okay, America, like, do you want other people to answer all of your, like, give you answers for the problems you create? It's very clear how your country works. That's what it's doing as well. It's bombing everybody and asking everybody to solve the problem. I mean, look at what America did. It bombed Iran and then asked Europe to bring its boats to open up the Strait of Hormuz. You didn't bomb Iran? No, but you funded it with your tax dollars. Maybe if you stopped and thought for a moment, and I don't know how old you are, but if you spent most of your life voting for the better of two evils, then you really need to think about, politics, because the blue guy is committing a genocide and the red guy is mass murdering children.
Justice Department over allegations of handling classified materials, mishandling, I should say. I just have to ask, I don't know what's next for you on this. Is there a chance you could go to prison?
Well, I'm not going to comment on the case. I haven't from the beginning. I'd love to talk about it at some point. Unfortunately, now is just not the right moment.
Okay. Come back and talk to us about that when you can.
Wait. What? Bolton's going to fucking prison?
Russian aggression, and was glad that Trump signed on to the G7 declaration in Evian, and hopefully he'll stick with it for a while.
Ambassador, I just have to ask you, because it's been a while since we've had a chance to talk, and I'd be remiss to not bring up the fact that it has been reported that you reached a guilty plea agreement with the Justice Department over allegations of handling classified materials, mishandling, I should say. I just have to ask, I don't know what's next for you on this. Is there a chance you could go to prison?
Well, I'm not going to comment on the case. I haven't from the beginning. I'd love to talk about it at some point. Unfortunately, now is just not the right moment.
Okay. Come back and talk to us about that when you can.
I'd look forward to it at
Ambassador,
some point.
it's great to have you with us. Ambassador.
Crazy. John Bolton. Bro, Americans, if you're going to cope in my chat because you're in denial about what America does around the world, go find another chat, okay? Go find a fucking other chat. Just, I don't want your guilt, bullshit, denial in my chat, okay? If you don't understand what your country does to the rest of the world, then you're the fucking problem. You enable this violence. Jesus Christ. Fuck these fucking snowflakes, bro. Gotta go racist. You don't even know what the fuck racism is. See, this is more just white fragility in the chat. White fucking fragility. Just take it out on someone else. I don't want your tears in the chat. Please take it out on someone else. If you don't like that I am calling you to account, then that's your fucking problem, not mine. Okay. Iran to get access to $6 billion of frozen funds to buy U.S. goods. This is from the Financial Times. You don't like America, what America does? Oh, okay, Dumbo. Go fucking speak to a Palestinian in Gaza in a fucking tent under your bombs, okay? The people sitting under your bombs, go talk to them in their fucking shitty tent under the rubble and go tell them, I don't like what America does. That's my point, dude. See what they think. Fucking ignorant idiots. Okay. Iran to get access to $6 billion of frozen funds to buy U.S. goods. Yes, they found documents in his house. Yes, they found documents in his house. I don't know who told the FBI to search, but they did. I see. Money held in Qatar to be released in phases under interim deal with Trump administration. The Trump administration will allow Iran to access $6 billion of its oil money held in Qatar. Bolton will walk. Yeah. In Qatar to buy humanitarian and non-sanctioned goods from the U.S. under an interim deal between Tehran and Washington. It's just so fucking stupid. Like, Americans will spend, even people in the West will spend so much time talking about Zionism controlling their country, when it's clearly America coaxing every country to stick with Israel, or they'll use every bit of leverage they have to fuck other countries up. Come on, guys. If you can't see where the imperial core is, I can't help you. Hey, Apothecary, welcome. Good afternoon. The move forms part of the billions of dollars in financial incentives that the White House is dangling to ensure the Islamic Republic commits to the Memorandum of Understanding it signed with the U.S. on Wednesday and to follow up nuclear talks. Scapegoating and then asking oppressed and marginalized groups to do the work for them. Yeah, it's so insane, man. It's like it's this like ignorance, you know? It's like, oh, this ignorance will make it seem like it's all okay. It's like my ignorance is the problem here, guys. I don't know what's going on, so it can't be me. Come on, bro. Like, take some fucking accountability. Just, that's the first step, is to just go, okay, our country is mass murdering people. Let's take the step. Not the first step to be, oh, it's not me. So, you know, dang. Hypervisor. Yeah. What you expect of the country which half of the nation believes coca milk produced by brown cow? Oh my gosh, bro. Oh my gosh. Oh, fuck, man. Thank you, dude. Thank you for that. Holy shit. Just dropped an absolute banger in the chat. Oh, banger. Thank you. Oh, what a banger, bro. Oh my gosh. What you expect of a country which half of the nation believes coca milk produces by brown cow. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay. All right. Whew. Thank goodness. The funds would be released in phases, starting with the 60-day extended ceasefire set out in the deal, depending on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and the progress of talks towards a final settlement. Sorry, Donnie, you wanted to say something?
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Right. Thank you. They would only be used to buy American products, said a diplomat briefed on the deal. Hey, when my district dumbass rep is sent to DC with not a single fucking clue about what an imperial core is, who do you think teaches her that Israel is critical for America's hegemonic rule? Because I'm talking about the bitch who doesn't know shit from shit. So where does she get her pro-Israel ideology? So my theory on this, my thing about, oh, the 60-day negotiations are off, by the way. Yeah, I saw that. Thank you for letting us know. Yula Fano, yeah, because Israel is still bombing Lebanon. Yeah, it's fucked, man. It's so fucked. So my theory on this is, I think AIPAC, the fact that AIPAC is not registered as a foreign organization is literally a failsafe built into American politics, because any human being with a soul, when they see what's happening in Israel, what Israel is doing to the Palestinian people, immediately will say, okay, we can't keep doing that. Right? Any normal human being would say, we can't keep doing that. I think lobby groups like AIPAC exist in order to ensure the politicians that come through the system protect American interests. And lobby groups are aligned completely to American interests. And those interests are oil. Those interests are guns. Whatever else you may want to say. No, it's not AIPAC controlling their thoughts, bro. It's not AIPAC only. The oil industry invests way more money controlling the thoughts of your senators. Like, what you're not understanding is you're so fixated on AIPAC as the boogeyman that you're missing the point. The boogeyman is American imperialism. Like, you're not understanding the crux of this. You're so interested, or you're so focused on AIPAC that you don't even understand what's driving America to have AIPAC. No, bro. Like, you're not understanding what purpose these lobby groups serve. These lobby groups are there to protect American interests. It's not that the Zionists. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say they don't go to Congress not supporting Israel. I said if you see what Israel is doing, then you would, as a human being, go, okay, this is apartheid and genocide. But it's not just about AIPAC, bro. It's AIPAC, it's the oil lobby, it's the gun lobby, it's the pro-policing, it's everything. It's American imperialism. You are minimizing it to AIPAC. You're minimizing all of your problems to AIPAC when you're not even understanding that America and its system of oppression is the thing that fuels states like Israel. Like, you need to get out of this thinking. This is why America is like this. Because Americans think America has some sort of fucking moral high ground here. America doesn't need an excuse. America is not controlled. America is the imperial core. As much as you want to point at AIPAC and go, AIPAC is the issue, bro, the oil lobby donated like 4 times more than AIPAC in 1 year. Yeah, she probably got money. Others probably get more money from the oil lobby. Like, you're just creating the boogeyman with AIPAC, which is exactly what American imperialism wants you to do, because it doesn't want you to focus on the imperial core. It wants you to focus on fucking a boogeyman. It wants you to make America the victim. Hey, Practical Magic. Kia ora. And you're doing it. You're doing what every liberal American, every MAGA America First American does. Make America the victim. You're doing what white supremacy does. You're doing what white fragility does, which is to victimize themselves. Which is to victimize themselves while committing the most heinous crimes. Americans outsource their guilt to Israel because it's easier if it's not your own country's fault at the court. Yeah, exactly. This is classic. Okay, so what did they give her more money? You're talking about, bro. You're using one situation to broad brush across the whole fucking. You're using broad strokes with one example. You're taking an example of your friend, using that and going, yep, AIPAC controls America. Oil lobbying went after Venezuela. Yeah, exactly. It's not. You're using one thing, bro. You're using an anecdote to say AIPAC controls everything. That's yeah, AIPAC sucks, but people throw the worst anti-Semitic conspiracies around. It's gross. Yeah, I agree. Hey, Deez. How are you? Guys, we gotta be better than this. We gotta be better than this. Okay? We as a community have to be better than this. We can't fall into the same fucking Candace Owens, Israel controls everything, the Jews control everything, the Nick Fuentes, Jews control everything. That's just fucking stupid. We have to be smarter than this. We are a better community than this. AIPAC controls everything is such stupidity. Honestly. Like literally, bro. I remember I asked ChatGPT to generate a picture that describes white supremacy, and this is what it came up with. Literally everything you talk about, even ChatGPT knows. Hold up, guys. Let me just. Literally, this is white supremacy. Yeah, exactly, Icarus flying. It's insane. Like, it's not that you shouldn't worry about AIPAC. You should be worried about American imperialism, bro. You should be worried about American imperialism, bro. Worry about American imperialism. The Trump administration will also grant a waiver to allow Iran to export oil for the duration of the 60-day period. On Thursday, it said it had lifted its naval blockade of Iranian ports. Tens of billions of dollars of Iran's oil money are estimated to be frozen in central banks overseas because of U.S. sanctions, including in India, Iraq, China, and Japan. Iranian state, if you want to look into folks controlling the world, then check out Dialogue, the Peter Thiel organization meeting in Ireland in August. Yeah, exactly. What? I don't even know what you're talking about, user. I'm an atheist, by the way. What level of stolen valor to do this on Juneteenth? Damn. Iranian state-affiliated media has reported that Tehran expects $12 billion to be released during the 60-day interim period. The $6 billion was previously held in South Korea, but not transferred to an account in Doha. Joe Biden's administration agreed a prisoner swap deal with Tehran in September 2023. Yeah, okay, Ice Emperor, bro. Like, I don't know how you're coping with this. Like, you're really not coping with this too well, I feel like. It feels like the bubble, your APEC bubble has been burst here a little bit. It's like, you got to understand the world we live in and how we got here before making reads like APEC controls the world. Like, we didn't get here because of Zionism. We got here because of European colonization. We got here because of white supremacy. 600 years of white supremacy, right? It's happening. And you're here talking about Zionism. Some people don't even know that they are being used like a tool of white supremacy, you know? Some people don't even understand that, because by doing this shit, like playing this game of, oh yeah, it's APAC, and, you know, being unnecessarily like, you know, just minimizing shit. It's like just completely ignores the role of white supremacy in our world today. It's just incredible. It's actually incredible that people have come to this stage. People be hating on white people though? No, it's just calling out what white supremacy does. Are you a white supremacist, Miss Me Like That? What fool said that dumb shit? Yeah, just... Oh... Oh, we got Dumbo here again. What will hating on white people accomplish? Nothing. It's not a thing. I don't think so, but I can't get hand up from our government while illegals get free housing. Okay, buddy. Your problem isn't the illegals. Your problem is your politicians and the billionaires taking your money. How stupid can you be? Like, is there a fucking education issue? White people, are you sending your children to schools? Like, what the fuck is going on? Where did this brainworm come from? Is this like, aren't people vaccinating their children again? Like, what's going on? Hey, Funeral Wax, welcome. Oh, man. The richest of the rich people have convinced these white supremacists that their problem are immigrants. How stupid do you have to be to believe that? How stupid do you have to be to believe that the poorest of the poor people in society are the ones causing you what your problems? Oh my gosh, bro. White supremacy is a brainworm, honestly. It really is. It makes people... Hey, not Oba, welcome. It makes people just deluded. It's so crazy. Like, what is going on? Ooh, in a new interview, Trump makes... Is white supremacy more than just white people are better, or is it something else? It's more. It's way more. So, European colonization, the 600-year-old project that we are still living in today, the basis of European colonization was white supremacy. In the mid-1400s, a guy named Gomez Enes de Zurara was commissioned by Prince Henry of Portugal to write a manuscript that was propaganda to say that black people were beasts without morals. And it was commissioned by Portuguese royalty because Portugal wanted to use Portugal wanted to enslave and steal from Africa. That was the whole point. They wanted to focus slavery on Africa because the Slavs they were enslaving from Eastern Europe started to build defenses. So that manuscript, that propaganda was used by Western Europe as a whole to then basically focus all slavery on Africa. And then it just expanded from there. It was black people, then brown people got added to it. And then they created... all good Icarus flying. And then European colonization happened. But white supremacy is that. It's the core of what European colonization was and still is. And therefore, by the way, the link here, I guess the missing link here is the word capitalism was coined by a French socialist in 1850 to describe the situation in Europe. How Europe was the structure of capitalism within Europe. You know what Europe was doing in 1850? It was en masse extracting wealth from the global south. So capitalism itself is a description of European colonization. And then the people who were doing the violence and the colonization and the mass genocides were like, hey, we need to come up with a new name. How about we call what we're doing capitalism? The extraction of wealth and the exploitation of labor for profit. And that is the world we're in today. That is what capitalism is. Capitalism is European colonization rebranded. European colonization, at the core of it, was based on white supremacy. So the capitalism we have has been built from the same structures of European colonization, which inherently at the core of it is white supremacy. So white supremacy plays a fundamental role in our world today. And it's structural. It's baked into all our structures. So it's not just, white people are better. It has real consequences. It has real consequences because wealth continues to move. Wealth continues to move from the global south to the west. And white supremacy is a structural situation. And white supremacy is at the core of our world today. And it pisses off racists like Gun Bunny and Miss Me Like That, because it's fundamentally identifying, because they've lived in denial for so long. They've lived in denial for so long about what their ancestors have done to the world and how their privilege has been afforded. They've lived in denial about all of this. And now they're taking it out on brown and black immigrants because they feel like their privilege is being taken by brown and black immigrants. It's actually sick, bro. It's sick. What Trump is doing with ICE, the pogroms happening in Ireland, the pogroms happening in the UK, Tommy Robinson's fucking people, like all of these are just, there's a famous saying called, when you've lived with privilege, equality feels like oppression. And that's what's happening to whiteness in this moment. That's what's happening to whiteness in this moment. Okay? And what happened at the European Parliament, the EU Parliament, where, all those people stood up and started chanting, send them back, after implementing basically concentration camps and calling them return hubs. That is exactly what Europe is about. That is exactly what Europe is about. What is migration doing to the UK and England and Ireland? What they're doing over there? Yeah, bro. When the UK went around killing indigenous people around the world, they decided they would take slaves. They would take a labor force back to the UK. And they continue to do it. And they continue to do it. Without immigration from the global south, the UK would stop working because people like Miss Me Like That wouldn't fucking do a real job. Because they're privileged little white supremacist brats.
Axios' Mark Caputo just sitting down with the president in Trump's first interview since he signed that agreement with Iran about 24 hours ago. Here's some of what he said.
What have you learned about not just the exercise of power, but the limits on your power as a result of the conflict?
It feels like racism to you, doesn't it? Calling out white supremacy feels like racism to you. Calling out white supremacy is not racism, lady. You don't even know what racism is, okay? Go back to your Nazi rally and shut the fuck up. But you're saying all this hate stuff about white. What are the Muslims doing? What do you mean? It's not hate stuff, bro. It's the reality of the world we live in. Why do you think it's hateful? Why do you think it's hateful? I'm talking about white supremacy, man. Why the fuck is that hateful?
There are no limits. No, not. I haven't learned that lesson yet. I know there are, but there are no limits. We defeated them totally militarily. I did a naval blockade where not one ship was able to get through. Some tried. They didn't, it didn't last very long.
And it certainly brought Iran to the table more than before. However, beginning a conflict, you had talked about you only wanted unconditional surrender. And the MOU doesn't look like unconditional surrender.
Well, it really probably is unconditional surrender.
It is?
I think so.
You heard the incredulity in Mark's voice. We've got much more of this. I mean, Mark went on to question the president about his claims that there's been regime change in Iran. And Trump responded to him in that case. He said, I actually think it's regime change, if you want to know the truth. Now, Caputo responds to Trump, how is it regime change if you had, and then Trump jumps in on him and says, because they're different people. Caputo responds, but you have Khamenei Jr. You still have a lot of IRGC officials there. To which Trump responds, well, they're different people. All right, Khamenei Jr. is different from the father. It's almost like that's a late night skit. Okay,
guys, whiteness came to people like me. Whiteness came to the people of Global South and told my ancestors that they were lesser. So, and it continues to tell people like me around the world that they are lesser. So, me describing that system of oppression is not racism.
there's a lot more news from this headline-making interview, and we're going to be talking to Mark Caputo in just a moment. We've got more for you. But you've heard the president make a number of claims in the interview. For example, this whole issue of regime change. Well, look, Iran's new regime, when he said they're different people, one was the father, now it's the son. Khamenei is a different person than his father, who was killed in the U.S. airstrike, which began the war. That may be about where the difference.
1,000 refugees, asylum seekers, fleeing wars, displacement, and violence created by capitalism, sponsored by Western powers in the Middle East and Africa, have drowned in the Mediterranean Sea this year. Over 1,000 asylum seekers have drowned in the Mediterranean Sea this year. These are black and brown people. The conditions created for those people is because of capitalism. It's because 95% of the emissions of greenhouse gases all time have come from the West. And they are displaced because of climate change, because of wars, because of the theft of their resources. And they are looking for a better life in the countries of people committing those crimes. And the countries committing those crimes are telling these people that they are not allowed. And they are letting them drown by creating a system of oppression with a whole bunch of proxies. So, what the fuck are we talking about here? So your answer is communism. Bro, what the fuck, bro? Dude, go get a fucking education, buddy. Morgan, go ask Cletus to get the fuck off his cousin. Okay, Morgan? Go tell Cletus to stop touching his cousin, please.
Lend. Just listen to what Kareem Sadjapur, our global affairs analyst, told me. So, Kareem, is this a new regime that's much more reasonable and less radicalized than the two prior regimes over the past 4 months or 4 weeks? I'm sorry.
That's false, Saren. It's the same regime. It's new personnel. It's the same ideology. It's a 56-year-old Ayatollah Khamenei instead of an 86-year-old Ayatollah Khamenei. And their fundamental worldview hasn't shifted one iota. So I don't think there's any indication that it's a new group of men with a different ideology.
Like I've just described people being murdered, and the guy's like, so the answer is communism. Okay, first step. Okay, let's talk about baby steps here. Number 1, stop murdering people. Okay. How about we stop murdering people? Not all whites are evil, y'all. Many of us know the truth and pray for God's people to wake. Yeah, the thing I'll say to that, Elena, is not all white people are white supremacists, but all white people have white privilege.
Sort of just makes the whole point. And as for Trump's claim that the U.S. totally defeated Iran militarily, he has said this, frankly, many times, even during the war itself. But as we have said, when you look at the facts, the reality is that that is not true. Iran's nuclear material, of course, is still there. And we know from...
I know you can't control that, but you can use your privilege for good. That's the only thing I think people should really think about is... use your privilege for good. Good. That's it. Like, there are so many people. Like, you're not being a defensive person, right? Like, you're not being a defensive person. You're being someone who's understanding of the situation, not coming in and calling me a racist because I'm describing systems of oppression. That is literally all white people need to do, is like educate each other and not be white supremacists, okay? And use your privilege to understand, educate yourself about systems of oppression and stop them. It's like, you know, education is so fucking important, but people come into the chat and just instantly go to like victimizing themselves. Insane.
Seth Jones and the Center for Strategic and International Studies that Iran still has about 70% of its pre-war missile stockpile and 70% of its launchers. Out front now, Mark Caputo, the White House reporter for Axios, who sat down exclusively with President Trump and shared that clip first with Out Front. I mean, Mark, it's really an extraordinary conversation that you just had. I just want to emphasize this is the first time Trump has spoken since signing the agreement with Iran, right? The memorandum of understanding. He certainly comes off as defiant and defensive in the conversation with you.
He's proud. He thinks the deal, or he's projecting that the deal that he has agreed to, or the memo that he signed is...
What do you mean we're not all like this, bro? Like, I know, bro. I know. Like, I'm describing a system of oppression. White supremacy is an ideology. White privilege is an automatic thing. Like, I'm not saying that you're bad. I'm just saying that your fragility about me talking about white supremacy says more about you, not me, you know? Like, it's a real system today.
Is great because of the stock market and oil prices. That's what he's really fixated on.
So let me play again a little bit more here.
If you want to understand white privilege in a simple way, just look at how the children in Gaza, tens of thousands murdered, how their deaths have been described and how many times their deaths have been described compared to, let's say, Ukrainian children, right? The empathy, the time, the care given to Ukrainian children or even Israeli children versus Palestinian children who've been mass murdered. You don't have white privilege. You do, buddy. You just don't understand it. That's all.
Here of where you were pressing him, Mark, on the agreement with Iran that he just signed. Here it is.
If you don't think you have white privilege, tell me one thing. If you're white, you're walking down the road and there is a brown person on the other side of the road, and then an ICE police walk by. Who are they going to stop? Who is ICE going to stop? Hey, Callum, welcome.
What have you learned about not just the exercise of power, but the limits on your power as a result of the conflict?
There are no limits.
No limit.
No, not. I haven't learned that lesson yet. I know there are, but there are no limits. We defeated them totally militarily.
Beginning a conflict, you had talked about you only wanted unconditional surrender. And
well,
the MOU doesn't look like unconditional surrender.
Well, it really probably
really depends on who they're looking for. I'm talking about ICE, bro. ICE ain't looking for anyone in particular.
It is unconditional surrender.
It is?
I think so.
Because of the majority has come into our country. Bro, they're arresting Native Americans. If you're a white guy, you are not indigenous to the Americas. You know that, right? You are an immigrant. It doesn't matter if you're born there. You come from a line of immigrants. You are an immigrant in America, buddy. You dig far enough, you get to the fucking fascist core.
It's it is, which is the incredulity in your voice, Mark. I mean, we just a moment ago laid out the fact that, saying that they have no military is just not true. And as you point out, maybe with your incredulity, $300 billion of a reconstruction fund, unfreezing of assets of $100 billion, the U.S. agreeing that it's going to withdraw or somehow do something that's unclear to its forces in proximity to Iran and the region. Those things are not unconditional surrender. I guess the question for you is, you're sitting there face to face with him. Do you think that he really believes what he's saying to you?
That's one of those enduring questions about Trump, is that when he says what he says he believes, does he really believe it? The reality is he stayed relentlessly on message with this. His view is that their military has been crushed, and let's give him that, is that by and large it's true. I mean, the Navy has been seriously damaged, their missile capacity and the like. Yes, there are some reports indicating it's not as destroyed as Trump says it is, but Iran really took a whipping from.
One Native American with brown skin was detained 3 times and showed his documents each time and was still detained. Yeah. White people detaining indigenous people, bro. A story as old as, let's say, 600 years.
From the United States.
Hey, David.
However, the reality is, as a lot of experts predicted at the time, the Iranians are tough and they're resilient, and they had war games for this, and they were able to take the whipping and still survive, and were in no mood and were unlikely to unconditionally surrender.
Yo,
and
Hussein.
Those folks are right.
Morena,
the Iranians have not surrendered unconditionally.
And what about the whole thing on regime change, when he was looking you straight in the face and saying it's regime change because it's a different person?
Yeah, that's why I said, well, are you sure about that? You have Khamenei Jr., you have IRGC officials. He said, well, they're different people. Like, well, okay. But the reality is the Iranian military and the IRGC structure, the government structure, had anticipated one day the United States and Israel or its enemies would launch a decapitation strike. And as a result, they came up with something called the Mosaic Doctrine, which essentially said that there'd be a mosaic, a different patchwork of different leaders who could step in when other leaders were killed. And that's what happened.
Yeah, it's just, I find it interesting, as you say, that the question is, does he really believe what he's saying? But that your takeaway from talking to him was that he was remarkably that he stayed consistent with what he was saying to you.
He only had 2 hours of sleep. He flew in from.
He does sound like he's got a cold, or so he did sound a little.
But he was in the interview. He did have a lower energy level than he normally does. But his overall presentation was pretty positive, and he just loves the idea that gas prices are coming down, oil prices are coming down, and the stock market is going up. That's what he's really fixated on. And that's sort of the sub-headline of this entire thing, is that Trump had had enough of this war. He had had enough of people talking about high fuel prices, and he wanted it to end. And this is the way he brought about an end.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And it does raise so many questions given what he said to you about, is this what really people around him are telling him? Is this the bubble that he's in or not? You also asked him about Netanyahu, and obviously that was at the core, their relationship was at the core of this war to begin with. And now it's the fraying of that relationship is core to how this war is ending, or at least how this agreement has proceeded. What did he say about Netanyahu?
He said, I asked him about the relationship with Netanyahu. He said,
yeah, I agree,
fine.
Callum.
The
that was
relationship's
awesome.
fine. He said, but we need to keep him sane. He used that word sane. The implication is that...
The crazy thing is that the market was going to autocorrect anyways, and they know that. Didn't a current Supreme Court judge say Native Americans were not entitled to birthright citizenship? Yeah, it's insane. That is why the timing seems so strange, out of nowhere piece.
Netanyahu had gone a little nuts. And I asked him, how are you going to keep Israel from attacking Lebanon? And the subtext of that was, and sort of messing up this deal with Iran, something that Trump had lost his temper with Netanyahu over a few days or a few weeks ago. I've lost track of time. And Trump just said, they'll do what I say. That Israel loves me, and what I tell them to do, they will do. So we're going to see if that sticks.
Yeah, it's not sticking at the moment, is it? Okay, so I have just changed the story. I want to, because we're on this white supremacy and, all of this, I want to talk about this, okay? I want to talk about this. We'll make this the last story, and I'm going to get a little bit of sleep after that. I'm getting into another book, so I need to... I want to go read a little bit. But this is great. It's so good to have this story on a day like this where we have so many people just not understanding what white supremacy is and what white supremacy has done. Barbados Prime Minister announces manifesto for slavery reparations. Updated document which emphasizes harm done to African women is being considered by other Caribbean countries. Barbados' Prime Minister Mia Mottley has announced a new manifesto for Caribbean leaders asserting the moral, ethical, and legal case for reparations over damage caused by hundreds of years of enslavement. Motley was speaking at a historic conference in Ghana to advance the push for reparatory justice after the United Nations adopted a landmark resolution declaring the trafficking of enslaved Africans as the gravest crime against humanity. The manifesto, which she distributed at the conference, is an update of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, 10-point plan for reparations from former colonial powers. It introduces new issues, including the disproportionate impact of slavery on girls and women. Thanks, Callum. The plan includes a new specific call for compensation for gender-based violence, referencing data that suggests women represented approximately 30% of the estimated 20 million Africans forcefully transported across the Atlantic Ocean. It also mentions estimates that at least 1.2 million enslaved women experienced sexual violence. Highlighting the update, Motley said that the compensation for gender-based violence and assault on family is no different from the compensation that has been awarded to other nationalities, such as the Japanese. The draft, which has been seen by The Guardian, asserts that climate justice and slavery reparations are inextricably linked and stresses that need for a plan to support indigenous people who were in the Caribbean when Europeans arrived and were the subject of genocides. The document, which still to be rubber stamped by Caribbean governments makes it clear that CARICOM is demanding monetary compensation in addition to other forms of repair, such as a full and formal apology from Britain and other European countries, and education and training. CARICOM demands monetary compensation as reparations from enslaving nations, monarchies, churches, institutions, corporations, and families for loss of life and uncompensated labor, loss of liberty, personal injury, mental pain, and anguish, and gender-based violence for the victims of indigenous genocide, the transatlantic trafficking of enslaved Africans, and chattel enslavement of Africans, which constitute grave crimes against humanity, the document says. But it does not specify an amount that Caribbean countries are demanding, describing the plan instead as a collective vision for an approach to the pursuit of reparatory justice. Describing the conference as a historic moment, Motley said, "We live in a world today where people call out people for everything, for misogyny, for sexual assault, for all kinds of behavior. But yet, we have not found the moral courage to state unanimously across humanity that this grave crime against humanity that persisted for centuries ought to be declared so by all. That others choose to remain silent in a reflection of them, not of us. That is a reflection of them, not of us. We have equally come to say that there should be no retreat on repair. The language used from this platform this morning is not one of aggression, is not one of violence, but it is one of the necessities for healing for humanity. Since 2013, Caribbean governments have repeatedly called for recognition of the lasting legacy of colonialism and enslavement, and for reparative justice from former colonizers. In March, the UK was one of several European countries that abstained from voting for the UN General Assembly resolution that described chattel slavery as the gravest crime against humanity. The resolution was passed after an overwhelming majority of 123 nations voted in its favor, with only the US, Israel, and Argentina voting against. CARICOM's 52-page document, which the Caribbean Reparations Commission previously said was revised to include emerging scientific and historical evidence, has more explicit legal arguments framing reparations as a global human rights imperative. It stresses that crimes against humanity are not subject to a statute of limitations, meaning no matter how much time has passed since the crime happened, legal proceedings for accountability and justice can still be initiated. It backs this up with a reference to international laws such as the Convention on the Non-Applicability of Statutory Limitations to War Crimes and Crimes Against Humanity, adopted by the United Nations in 1968. The second update since the original 10-point plan was produced in 2014. The manifesto uses strong language, highlighting the failure of former colonial powers to apologize and make amends for their racist actions against indigenous and African ancestors and their descendants. Okay, so this is what it's about. This is what equity looks like. This is not communism. This is justice. If there is no fucking justice for the crimes committed, we do not live in a society that is equal, because justice is applied selectively. When justice is applied selectively, we have no society to rely on. And if justice was applied equally, then equity for all would be the ruling, i.e., reparations would be included in that. Okay, so white supremacy is very real today. White supremacy is very real today. And it is rearing its head in Europe and in America right now. Under the umbrella of, or under the conspiracy theory of replacement. I'm going to leave you with this quote, okay? I'm going to leave you with this quote. I think it is an all-timer. It's by Robin DiAngelo, White Fragility, White Women's Tears, and Dismantling White Supremacy. It only takes one incident to invoke this generational terror. Let me read that again. It only takes one incident to invoke this generational terror. I'm going to read this again for y'all in the back. It only takes one incident to invoke this generational terror. And we're seeing it right now. We're seeing it right now. ICE, Tommy Robinson and his bullshit crew. What we've seen in Ireland with the pogroms. The EU. The EU voting against, voting to create concentration camps. This is generational terror. It can work on the flip side. Well, the flip side doesn't have the power, D's. Racism and white supremacy is a system of oppression. It's about power. It's about policy. White supremacy impacts is globally embedded into all of our systems. Let me show you, for example, how that manifests today. Okay? Let me show you how that manifests today. Stay with me. I'll show you exactly how that manifests today. So this document here, I'm just going to flash this one on the screen. This is the real GDP growth released by the IMF this year. And the IMF splits countries into two groups. The IMF splits countries into two distinct groups. Hold up. This is one. Man, I think I saved the wrong image here. Hold up. Let me just get the right image. I need to be accurate in this. I need accuracy. 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 Okay, wait. I'll just get that image. Give me one sec, guys. I really need to just download this thing, because every time I have this conversation, I have to go looking for it, and it's like, I don't know why I don't just download it. Every single time I have to go looking for it. So dumb. So dumb. The IMF. Hold up. Let me just go to the IMF account. Dun 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 dun. second. 1 second. 1 second, everybody. 1 second. That's 2020. 2026. Yay! I found it. Woohoo! Save image as. Save image as quickly. Quickly. Bum 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 bum. Save. Okay, I got it. Oh my gosh, I got it. All right. I got it. So this is the World Economic Outlook growth projections released by the IMF, okay? And the IMF, this was released in 2026 and it had the numbers. It had the numbers for 2025 and it has the forecast for 2026 and 2027. And the IMF splits the world. The IMF splits the world into two distinct groups: advanced economies and emerging market and developing economies. This is how the IMF sees the world. Some African nations are waking up. BRICS will be a start. Hopefully, these. Hopefully. But it's a long game. It's a long game. We're playing a long game here. There's no silver bullet. So the advanced economies, funny enough, the advanced economies are all either Western nations or Western allies, like Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. Okay, Western nations or Western allies, all of them. Now, that is your advanced economies. Emerging markets and developing economies. China is categorized as an emerging market, the second largest economy in the world. And they will say because it doesn't fit with, democratic values. Yeah, China is an emerging market. It doesn't fit with democratic values. And then you have India there, which is like the fifth largest economy. Again, it's a democracy, but obviously, it doesn't fall into the standards of Western hegemony. So here's the thing about the IMF. The IMF was built in 1940. It was formally built and launched in 1945. Okay? 1945. It was launched. The people who represented India when the IMF was launched and the rules were made were British people, the colonizers. When the structure of the IMF was built, India was represented by the British. White people, colonizers. If you map out the IMF and advanced economies on a map and the emerging and developing economies on a map, if you map them out, what you will see is they're either the colonies or the colonizers. So North America is in there with Canada and the United States. Europe is there. You've got Australia. You've got Aotearoa, New Zealand. You've got Israel. You've got South Korea, you've got Japan, and you've got Taiwan. Every other country in the world is second tier. Every other country in the world is considered by the IMF second tier. These are systems of control and systems of oppression. Not only does the IMF see the world this way, it is also the UN, the World Trade Organization, sees the world this way. The World Bank sees the world this way. And therefore, the advanced economies because they're, they fit the standard. The advanced economies get discounts and they get privilege, basically, in the global financial system, in the global trade system, in the global ad system here. But the emerging markets and developing economies, they are constantly having to prove themselves. And the crazy thing is that the emerging markets and developing economies are the ones that have been the target of genocides, chattel slavery, of mass murder, labor exploitation by the advanced economies for 600 years. This model of the world, which the IMF uses, is the model of the world created by European colonization, is the model of the world created by white supremacy. Okay? So let's be clear. Whenever someone says to you, European colonization ended, you ask them when it ended. You ask them when it ended and how it ended. They won't be able to tell you a date. They won't be able to tell you a moment because it doesn't exist. It never ended. Ask. Whenever someone says, post-colonial world, it's like, ask them, when did we become post-colonial? When did it end?
Exclusively, he accepted the responsibility of the deal, and then he has granted his permission. So what we're seeing here, as the supreme leader of the country is that much cautious, so for Iranian officials to rush into an engagement, into diplomatic engagement, into the negotiations is not expected. So they're also getting extremely cautious here. And so that is why they do not want to seem in a picture that much immediately, because a failure of the negotiations is going to come with a huge cost and, of course, with a huge price for any political figure here involved in these talks.
By the way, guys, you know how you watch the news and you get that feeling of that sinking feeling? Because the news is creating this this narrative of the world is burning down and it's really bad at the moment. It's dark times. It's all of this. That darkness is being felt by, so mainstream media in particular, I'm talking about. That darkness that mainstream media paints is only the Western feeling. It is a feeling in the West. They want you to feel like things are falling apart when the West is being impacted. Right? Like, look at this now. Iran gets this deal. Look at the news. It's so dark, bro. Everyone's so fucking depressed. Ultimately, though, the world moved in a more equitable direction for all. The world literally, by Iran getting this MOU, moved in a more equitable direction for all. Because the world, for the first time in the 250 years that America has existed, has shown the limits of American power. For the first time, the world has seen the limits of American power, the limits of Western power. It has taken the world in a more equitable direction for all. But the West is going to feel like it's losing privilege. The West in this equation, as the world gets more equitable for all, will lose the singular power dynamic, because the world will be multipolar. So in the West, people will start behaving like it's dark times.
Ministry of Health gave an earlier figure that 18 people had been killed, 33 people wounded, but we know that that has been climbing and that there will be more casualties as the day goes on. The Israelis have been using artillery, they've been using drones, also airstrikes by Israeli warplanes on an...
That's why, folks, that's why the numbers on the equity index, you will see, when you look at the Iran related stories, they're positive because Iran, that moment, what's happening in Iran is creating a more equitable outcome for all. So the directional equity index is pointing in a positive direction. But you wouldn't think that watching fucking BBC or CNN.
Number of targets. So a number of communities have been hit. They've been under siege. People have not been allowed to get out.
Count
Other people that have gotten
No,
out.
I didn't.
We have
I did see. I did see. What's his name? The new guy who won. I did see him shaking Binface's hands.
Seeing once more on the roads from the south, large numbers of vehicles as displaced people are on the move once more, including people who've only this week just been returning to their homes.
Rob, like you say, it's an incredibly fragile situation in the south of the country. How are people there actually reacting to this memo of understanding between Iran and the United States? Because I imagine from their point of view, it doesn't feel like anything has changed at all at the moment.
Oh, really?
I mean, I think that initially there has been this week with this definite lull in the fighting that was broadly welcomed, of course, across Lebanon. Many people were returning to their homes for the first time to see what damage has been done there and so on. This may well now be changing. It remains to be seen. Generally
I'll play
speaking,
it in a sec,
I think it has strengthened the hand of the Lebanese government, of Hezbollah, of the backing the Iranian claims that the wording of this MOU, talking about territorial integrity, bolsters the argument that Israeli forces should now get out of southern Lebanon. Although
yes! So this is fucking awesome. So now even the Lebanese government is saying, yes, this MOU means Israel needs to get out. Oh, finally, they're speaking like the same shit, man. Oh my God. The Lebanese government is starting to align with Hezbollah on this.
Although there's very little indication that that's going to happen. And just finally, as far as Hezbollah is concerned, their position here in Lebanon is probably strengthened somewhat when it comes to the whole question of their disarmament. They can say, especially with the increase in fighting in the past 24 hours or so, that they have every reason to be holding on to their weapons. They would argue, are the ones who are now defending Lebanon, as evidenced by the growing numbers of casualties amongst Israeli forces that we've seen in the past 24 hours or so.
Thank you so much for all of that, Rob.
Bro, okay. Imagine that. Imagine the fuck up on Israel's side if they did this and they united Lebanon. Oh my gosh. Pump it straight into my veins, folks. Pump it straight into my veins, bro. Holy shit. Imagine.
Rob McBride for us in Beirut. Ships have begun passing through the Strait of Hormuz since the US-Iran agreement took effect. A total of 25 commercial vessels made the crossing on Thursday, according to maritime tracking company ASX Marine. This includes the US lifting its naval blockade on Iranian ports. Iran says authorities are quickly issuing permits for ships to transit the waterway without paying a toll. This is a time lapse of increased traffic through the strait on Thursday. Cyrus Shaikh is a professor of international history and politics at the Geneva Graduate Institute. He joins us from...
Okay, guys, let's call it there. I'll catch you all tomorrow. I'm going to spend the day with my son, so I'm not going to be getting any videos out or anything like that. I'm going to spend the day with my son. I haven't spent too much time with him, but I will be on at night. I will be on later on at night. I will do the stream. Oh, he's doing the history of Juneteenth. Nice. I will definitely be on later at night. But yeah. I'll... thank you, trans woman. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for being here with me. But yeah, look, I just think we need to keep educating, keep learning. I'm getting into a really nice book. I'm not gonna spoil it. I'm just reading chapter by chapter. I was reading The Dollar Trap before. It got so fucking hard to follow, bro. Fucking economists write the shittiest books. Honestly, it's like after like chapter 5, I literally wanted to jump out of a window. Honestly. Oh my gosh. Economists are the most boring fucking people. Sorry, economists, if you're in the chat. Jargon? Nah, man. It's just like goes on and on and on about fucking capital flows. There's only so much you can read about capital flows, you know? I'm like, bro, just get to the fucking point, you know? I'm going to summarize it in ChatGPT and move the fuck on. I want to learn about the Ottoman Empire. So I'm reading a book about the Ottoman Empire. I think that's far more productive than fucking The Dollar Trap, honestly. Okay. All right. Here we go, Raiders. Get ready. Please say hi to Jason for me. I will catch you all tomorrow, okay? Catch you all tomorrow. Stay safe. Look after your loved ones. Stay safe. Look after your loved ones. Love to all of you. Sending love to all of you. Here we go, Raiders. In 3, 2, 1. Enjoy the raid, everyone. Enjoy the raid, Twitch. And thank you so much. Kakite Pomarie, TikTok and YouTube. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for being here with me. Love all of you. Kakite Pomarie. Good night. And I will see you all tomorrow, okay? Stay safe. Stay safe. Take care. Catch you soon. Kakite, everyone. Free Palestine.